All right, we'll start here in just a couple seconds. Looks like we're all good here around the table. Good morning. Today last for our council business. Before we start, I will turn the microphone to the executive director for opening remarks. Merrick.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and council members. Let's see. So today, like I indicated last night, we have a rather compressed hotel room availability. So I think we'll be fine, but we'll try to move through our agenda items efficiently. We are bringing in lunch and plan to work through lunch. And let's see, if you are not traveling on council funds, go talk to Patricia about making payment for that lunch. So we have some new policies we have to implement on that side, or just ask me if you have questions about that. But we'll bring that in so we can work through lunch and try to be done no later than 3 here today. I think that's it, Mr. Chairman.
All right, and just confirm the lunches. We'll be able to pick them up in here, or
I'll ask Patricia to ping me, but I think we'll get them outside and then just come right back in. But I'll make that clear once we are clear where they're being made available.
All right, thank you. And our checkout break this morning, we'll see how we proceed through this, but at the right time and certainly well before 11, we'll take just a slightly longer break so people can finish checking out. With that, we will commence business with our administrative or cross fishery management plan items, and I will turn it over to Kelly Ames. Kelly.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Hessmer, council members. This is agenda item H2. I'm going to do the situation summary here with just a quick PowerPoint. I think it will be faster. So this is the council response to Executive Order 14276, Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness. Next slide. So for background, Attachment 1 has the executive order that was issued in 2025. Which builds upon the executive order from 2020. Those are in Attachments 1 and Attachment 2. The executive order requires fishery management councils to recommend actions that stabilize markets, improve access, enhance economic profitability, and prevent closures. Councils must commit to a work plan that specifies dates for final council action and NIMS implementation. And this last bullet here is really key. The executive order, the intent is to publish these actions in what the agency calls the Unified Agenda. The Unified Agenda notices the public of upcoming regulatory changes. So it is really important that we have this work plan that has the dates for final council action and NIMS implementation. Next slide. So NIMS sent a letter to the council, the assistant administrator, and requested that we submit our response to the executive order by September 1 was the initial date. And we asked for an extension so that we could finalize our response here at the September council meeting. So we are scheduled to submit our response just after the September council meeting. Next slide. So in June 2025, we received a briefing from Sam Rauch on this executive order and the subsequent council response. The council had broad, far-reaching discussions on the priorities that you have for fishery management, as well as the things you had scheduled on the year at a glance. 2 motions were adopted that contained a range of preliminary priorities, and you tasked the executive director with aligning the measures necessary to meet the EO criteria and to coordinate with the West Coast region and the science centers about the possibilities of achieving those priorities by the timelines. Next slide. So the staff recommendations, given kind of that overarching discussion that you had in June, we recommend that the letter that accompanies your priorities kind of encompasses the broader feedback and discussion that you had in June. So that letter is in attachment 4. It's a draft letter for your consideration here. And in sum, that letter highlights the Science Center and regional support necessary to achieve the EO goals and objectives. It highlights some actions that have been completed here in the council arena, transmitted to NIMS, but not yet implemented. We understand quite a few of those actions were just lingering in headquarters. And there was a thought by the council that those actions really met the intent of the executive order and therefore should be included in our response. The letter also highlights routine and scheduled actions that support fishery management, things like international coordination, the establishment of specifications and management measures, and our comments on marine planning activities that affect fishery management. The letter also highlights some planned actions that meet the EO criteria, but again are in early development and so therefore don't meet the executive order work plan requirement. We have a lot of good things on the horizon that we think will meet the executive order criteria, but because we don't have them penciled out on the YAG and we don't have resources assigned to them, we didn't think they were quite ready for that matrix. So we recommend reserving the matrix, which we propose in attachment 5, for the regulatory actions, FNP amendments, and planned EFP activities that meet the EO criteria of having final council action scheduled and a proposed NIMS implementation date. Next slide. So what is in attachment 5, the NIMS matrix? The first is CPS sardine stock definitions. Then we have 2 groundfish items, the flexible and adaptive management and stock definitions. The next is for HMS, the EFPs for fishery development. Here I want to be very clear that under the HMS EFP item, we're not proposing to amend regulations. We're proposing to change our council process, our council operating procedures, in order to have faster implementation of EFPs that we believe do meet the executive order criteria. And the last one is the Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan. Earlier in the week, you adopted some proposed changes for 2026, and some of those included if-then statements and ways to provide increased flexibility for that fishery. Attachment 5 includes more detailed rationale about why we think these items meet the executive order priorities, but we won't go through those right now, but you can read them. Additionally, in your briefing materials is a council member report. It is a proposed letter to Department of Commerce Secretary Lutnick communicating priorities beyond the EO, and that's agenda item H2A. The main thrust of this letter is that seafood competitiveness requires broader federal support beyond the deregulatory actions requested in the EO. So that letter contains recommendations for additional agency actions to support the fishing industry. These council members also included a list of kind of thought questions for the advisory subpanels to work through and provide their comments. You'll see those comments in the upcoming advisory body reports. I think I need to advance 2 slides. Sorry, Chris. Great, thank you. Council tasks here are to determine council priorities in response to EO 14276 and provide further guidance as necessary. Number 2, consider council member report and determine whether to send the letter and provide any edits to that letter as appropriate. For your materials under this agenda item, you'll see lots of reference materials. I think the key to focus in on is attachment 1, which is the executive order that we're responding to. Attachment 4, which is the draft letter to Mr. Solar, the Assistant Administrator for Fisheries. Attachment 5, which is the matrix response to the executive orders. And then I also wanted to highlight supplemental attachment 6. The National Marine Fisheries Service issued a Federal Register notice where they are requesting comments from the public on regulatory barriers, science, management, and technology needs. I know Ryan Wolf is online, so if there are questions about the intent of that Federal Register notice, he can speak to those. But really the key task for the council is responding to the letter that we received from the NIMS administrator and the task that you have in front of you today. You have several advisory body reports in your briefing book, and there are some public comments, both materials in the briefing book and folks waiting in the wings. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions about the situation summary.
Thank you, Kelly. Any questions on the overview, the tasks before us today? Not seeing any questions, then thank you very much. Before we proceed, forgot to notice who's participating remotely. We have Benjamin Cross in the Fish and Wildlife Service seat, John Ugeritz for California. As Kelly said, Ryan Wolf is with us virtually, and Sheila Lynch is in the General Counsel seat. For those of you online, when you raise your hand, we do see it. Sometimes it just takes, there's a little bit of a delay in us being able to recognize it, so be patient with us. With that, we will go into our reports. Since there's a number of them, I'll let you know who's on deck. So we will start with the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel. They'll be followed by the SAS. Matt Everingham, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Excellent. My name is Matt Everingham with Everingham Brothers Bait Company. I'm here reporting out for the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel believes that revisions to Pacific sardine management should be the highest priority CPS action for improving seafood competitiveness of West Coast fisheries. The exclusion of Pacific sardine currently identified as southern subpopulation for management may severely reduce the value of the Pacific sardine fishery to the U.S. industry. To the extent that measures can be adopted or undertaken without jeopardizing stock sustainability, very important, we believe that the Council should request that NIMS prioritize 1. In-season adjustments to sardine catch accounting in the event that counting southern subpopulation sardine catches against the northern subpopulation annual catch limit results in attainment of any of the harvest specification limits and imposition of limits or even closures on fisheries, including live bait and fisheries that land sardines as bycatch. And number 2, fully commit its staff to working with the Council to expedite and streamline management revisions that result in management of all sardine in U.S. waters. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Everingham on the CPSAS report? No questions here, so thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much.
Next, we'll have the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report. That'll be followed by the Habitat Committee for the salmon. Ryan Johnson. Good morning, Ryan. And getting an indication he may not be online. Is Angela Forstall online to read that?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'm happy to read that on behalf of the SAS.
Great.
This is the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report on Council response to executive orders and administration updates. The SAS discussed the attachments included under Agenda Item H2 and supports sending Councilmember Report 1 to Secretary Lutnick. And the SAS did want to explicitly call out the bullets on domestic infrastructure and West Coast salmon recovery, including their sub-bullets. And they copied those into their statement, but those are just directly pulled from the Councilmember report.
All right, thank you. Any questions, whether it's fair or not, for Angela on the Salmon Advisory Subpanel report? Seeing no questions, thank you, Angela. That takes us to the Habitat Committee. The Habitat report will be followed by the Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel. For the Habitat Committee report, Scott Happel. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Council. For the record, my name is Scott Happel. I am reading to Agenda Item H2A, Supplemental HC Report 1, Habitat Committee Report on Council Response to Executive Orders and Administrative Updates. The Habitat Committee received a briefing from Council staff Carrie Griffin on Agenda Item H2 and provides the following comments and suggestions for Pacific Fishery Management Council consideration. The Habitat Committee notes that in the Council's draft letter to the National Marine Fisheries Service, which is H2 Attachment 4, the second to last bullet point is focused primarily on the marine environment and development actions, as it documents the Council's continued engagement in tracking and commenting on marine planning activities to ensure that new ocean development is compatible with sustainable fisheries, fish habitat protection, and the long-term competitiveness of U.S. seafood. The Habitat Committee recommends strengthening this section to include additional ocean activities as well as freshwater estuarine issues. The Habitat Committee recommends incorporating the following points as follows and provides an editorial option for including these points into Bullet 5 at the end of this HC report. Number 1, explain that Council involvement in these activities is authorized by MSA provisions. 2, in addition to offshore wind energy and aquaculture, add seabed mineral exploration and mining and oil and gas development, and state that these activities can impact both fish habitats and access to important fishing areas. Number 3, use the term essential fish habitat instead of only fish habitat. Number 4, include examples of other large-scale actions, including dam and hydropower actions, port development, shore-based energy facilities, river riparian habitat modifications, and major program changes, e.g. forest plan amendments, nationwide permits, and mitigation policies that could affect freshwater habitats of fishery resources under Council authority. And number 5, explain that the Magnuson-Stevens Act requires the Council to comment in certain circumstances per MSA Section 305B(3)(b). Each Council shall comment on and make recommendations to the Secretary and any federal or state agency concerning any such activity that, in the view of the Council, is likely to substantially affect the habitat, including essential fish habitat, of an anadromous fishery resource under its authority. The Council might also wish to comment on how other executive orders and administrative actions directly conflict with Executive Order 14276, which will inhibit the Council's ability to restore American seafood competitiveness on the U.S. West Coast, particularly those that directly impact marine, estuarine, and freshwater habitat of FMP species. For example, Executive Order 14181, Emergency Measures to Provide Water Resources in California and Improve Disaster Response in Certain Areas, redirects water resources to Southern California. This water redirection will directly impact salmon freshwater habitat and therefore reduce salmon populations, limiting opportunities for commercial, recreational, and tribal salmon fisheries along the U.S. West Coast. Also, decisions to reduce or eliminate funding for climate research centers and climate scientists directly affect the ability to assess the effects of changing ocean conditions on fish stocks and developing responsive fishery management measures. And by inclusion, the paragraph suggestion we have for Bullet 5 and Attachment 4 now reads, as authorized by MSA provisions, the Pacific Council continues to review and provide comments on marine planning activities, including offshore wind energy, aquaculture, seabed mineral exploration and mining, oil and gas development, and other ocean uses that can impact fish habitat and access to important fishing areas. Such engagement directly supports the objectives of the executive order by ensuring that new ocean development is compatible with sustainable fisheries, essential fish habitat protection, and the long-term competitiveness of U.S. seafood. Additionally, as mandated by the Magnuson-Stevens Act, the Council continues to provide comments on large-scale and substantial actions, including dam and hydropower actions, port development, shore-based energy facilities, river riparian habitat modifications, and major program changes, including forest plan amendments, nationwide permits, mitigation policies that, in the Council's view, could substantially affect the habitat, including essential fish habitat, of an anadromous fishery resource under its authority, i.e. Pacific salmon, and the edits as provided by the Habitat Committee are incorporated as underlined in that paragraph. That ends my report, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Happel on the Habitat Committee report? Not seeing any questions. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have the HMS Advisory Subpanel report. That'll be followed by the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel for HMS. Mike Conroy. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Confirming you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Good morning, council members. My name is Mike Conroy, and I will be presenting the HMS AS report on agenda item H2, council response to EOs and admin updates. We reiterated our support for the HMS roadmap, including development of EFP guidance through the FEW. We view this as critical to creating new and expanded HMS fishing opportunities. Our report is admittedly a bit hard to follow. I will briefly speak to the two separate set of bullet points that are included within it. Regarding the first grouping of bullet points, with regard to electronic logbooks, this is focused on additional flexibility for getting approval of e-logbooks. This is particularly applicable to e-logs that are co-developed by industry and the government. With regard to continued U.S. participation in international venues, we are fortunate to have good relationships with both the West Coast region and PIRO and our U.S. delegations. Members of the AS who have participated in those forums have felt heard and valued. As we look forward to 2026, this will be extremely important given the weighty discussions and decisions to be made on bluefin and North Pacific albacore. There is a perception amongst West Coast HMS stakeholders that scientific resources are not equitably shared between the international and domestic fisheries. Ensuring that science support and research capacity for HMS fisheries that is commensurate with other domestic fisheries was a concern for the AS. Linked to the roadmap, build in some additional flexibilities related to gear configurations. We mentioned the ability to deploy light sticks as one possible example. Noting how long it took to move from the initial EFP for deep set buoy gear to authorization, roughly 10 years, we suggested scoping a shallow set longline fishery outside the US EEZ and a longline fishery within the EEZ while using EFPs to evaluate gear configurations and guide future EFP opportunities. This parallel process should include science-based off-ramps should the EFPs perform extremely poorly from a catch and or bycatch mortality perspective. If we want to get serious about increasing HMS production, we need to consider what a longline fishery could look like. Moving to the second grouping, which is focused on attachment H2A Council Member Report 1, addendum to the PFMC response, we fully supported and recommend it being included in the Council's response. We did offer some proposed additions and or minor edits, changes to that document. Last year, the U.S. imported 3,200 metric tons of bluefin from Mexico. In 2024, U.S. commercial harvesters landed 130 metric tons. The vast majority of bluefin harvested by Mexico is caught alive and transferred into feeding pens. There is obviously an opportunity to fill the demand from domestic sources, provided the quality of the product we offer is comparable. The AS recommends the Council seek additional information from NOAA on how, under the current regulatory regime, it could consider a U.S. bluefin fishery that included feeding pens. We noted that commercial and charter fishing vessels should be prioritized when determining how to develop novel and innovative data collection. There are a number of instances where such vessels are currently being used to gather important data for stock assessments. Groundfish hook and line surveys are one example, and the nearshore CPS acoustic trawls are another. In supporting domestic infrastructure, we offered suggestions specific to, with regard to human infrastructure, programs to bring young fishermen, in fact, young people, to the fishing industry. We reference MREP and California FarmLink as two examples of programs that could be invaluable in doing this. With regard to port infrastructure, the shoreside facilities are integral to our fisheries and fishing communities need to be maintained and where appropriate updated. With regard to the bullet that reads design coastal and marine spatial planning that supports U.S. fishermen, we recommend adding and includes after supports. So that would now read design coastal and marine spatial planning that supports and includes U.S. fishermen. Fisheries and fishing data are complex, and U.S. fishermen need to be a part of the marine spatial planning process. We also included a suggestion to mention National Sea Grant Program as a way to support domestic fisheries, ports, and coastal communities. Related to design, market, industry support mechanisms, we agree with developing and supporting U.S. seafood labeling. A large number of U.S. fisheries are expending significant funds on obtaining third-party certifications from groups like the Marine Stewardship Council. As domestic opportunities are capitalized upon by the fishing industry, consumers should be able to easily differentiate seafood products harvested by U.S. seafood providers and those that are not. Additional information on the specific fishery that harvested the product could be included as well. The USDA grades beef products, and programs like Seafood Watch, could provide additional clarity and information as well. Such a system could reduce the need for third-party certifications when serving the domestic markets. And finally, with regard to the last bullet on the bottom of page 2 of that document that reads fishery representatives from industry, government, tribes, and conservation as part of all offshore energy development, we recommend replacing from with along with representatives. We also recommend expanding this suggestion to include deep sea mining, oil and gas, and aquaculture. And that concludes my summary, and I'll be happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Conroy on the advisory subpanel report? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the report. I have a question on it's the third bullet point on the first page around HMS fisheries should be given the same resource for science as domestic fisheries. I'm curious about where the AS saw the difference between science for domestic versus HMS fisheries, and how the council would be able to support or be involved with that.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Krista. I think we were referencing the difficulties that we are hearing on the science providers side from both the IATTC and the WCPFC. As you well know, the MSC processes that have been ongoing with regards to both albacore and bluefin, U.S. scientists were heavily involved in that, and there's a fear that if the U.S. backs off on its participation in the science side on the international side, it could disadvantage U.S. fisheries. So that was the primary impetus behind that bullet point.
That
answer your question, Krista? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think I just need one more clarifying question on this. So what you're talking about is ensuring that scientific funding for international science is similar in terms of resources as those that are going to domestic fisheries. Where I'm a little wrapped is the way this is reading to me is that you're looking for additional science on the domestic side as opposed to support for things like MSEs at the international level. Am I now understanding you correctly?
Through the chair, thanks again, Krista. Sort of. I mean, additional science on, how our HMS fisheries and the stocks that make up that complex react, act, interact off the West Coast, I think is important from the domestic side, and then through the international side, through participation in the international science bodies, either the ISC or the whatever the name, I forget the one that deals with the with the other RFMO. But I think when we were discussing, it was both on the domestic side, the international side, but primarily focused on our engagement on the international side.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel Report. That'll be followed by the GMT. For the Ecosystem Report, Michelle Conrad. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, Chair Hasmer. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfectly clear.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chair Hassemer and council members. I'll be reading from Supplemental EAS Report 1. The EAS reviewed and discussed the draft council response letter to Mr. Soler, draft matrix response to executive orders, and the addendum to the council response to EO 14276, and received a presentation from Ms. Gilly Lyons on our webinar on September 16th, 2025. The EAS would like to offer the following comments and suggestions for the council's consideration. The EAS supports the submission of the draft response letter to Mr. Soler as it appropriately identifies current and ongoing work by the council family that meets the direction provided in EO 14276 and in conjunction with Attachment 5 provides council priorities for work where final action falls within the timeline. The EAS also supports the submission of the addendum to the council response to EO 14276 as it provides additional guidance and suggested actions relevant to the intent of the EO. In addition, the EAS has a few suggested edits to the list of ideas accompanying the letter to Secretary Lutnick, which are described below. We have suggested additions that are shown in underline and deletions that are shown in strike through. Under National Expand Fisheries Data Collection, we propose adding forage species to the ecosystem data collection bullet. And we propose adding traditional fisheries or fishing community knowledge in addition to commercial and recreational fishing knowledge. Under National Support Domestic Infrastructure, we propose adding seafood processing infrastructure and modernization. And we propose a new bullet to support expansion of public markets that increase access to American seafood. Under National Design Market Industry Support Mechanisms, we have a couple of new bullets. One is to support, expand, expedite funding for fisheries disaster declarations, and develop, expand educational efforts dedicated to the nutritional value of seafood and the health benefits of its consumption. Under National Support West Coast Salmon Recovery, we propose adding a bullet to continue to support the removal of dams that are hindering the recovery of salmon stocks. Thank you. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Conrad on the advisory subpanel report? And I do not see any questions, so thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Groundfish Management Team report, followed by the GAP report. For the management team, James Phillips is online. Good morning, James.
Good morning, Council. For the record, my name is James Phillips from the Groundfish Management Team. Now I'll be reading Groundfish Management Team report on Council responses to executive orders and administrative updates. Groundfish Management Team supports the Pacific Fishery Management Council submitting the draft council letter to National Marine Fisheries Service and the corresponding matrix identifying overarching priorities and common issues across fisheries management plans. The GMT offers the following considerations regarding the draft letter to Mr. Soler, Assistant Administrator of Fisheries. The GMT understands is that at this time, the council response to executive orders does not include forthcoming actions that currently lack a work plan. However, the GMT notes that the trawl catch share review, which is currently ongoing, will result in several follow-on actions that are aimed at improving efficiency in catch share fishery that may ultimately improve seafood competitiveness. Compared to some of the current items on the list, the team thinks that the catch share follow-on actions are more effective at improving seafood competitiveness, and to the extent possible, the council should underscore this in their response. The GMT also understands that the council is currently contemplating action items that have the potential to address seafood competitiveness and economic growth that have yet to be prioritized on the agenda. Some examples are provided within the list of prioritized and proposed groundfish management measures and include removing the non-trawl rockfish conservation areas, implementing the midwater trawl gear targeting, non-whiting and selective flatfish trawl exempt fishing permits into regulation, discard mortality rates for sablefish in the recreational section, and bottom long line discard mortality rates. Additionally, the GMT notes that nearly all issues on the groundfish workload and new management prioritization list also address the 4 EO priorities specifically, as they are often aimed at improving the groundfish fishery to achieve optimal yield. The Pacific Coast Groundfish Fisheries Management Plan goals and objectives are also designed to stabilize markets, improve access, enhance economic profitability, and prevent closure. Many of the priorities listed in EO 14276 require robust monitoring, science, and management. And as to touched on in the Habitat Committee report and Council Member Report 1, support for data collection, analysis, translation of science into sound management are needed to best support American seafood competitiveness. Reduced support for the National Marine Fisheries Service, the Council, Sea Grant, academic research, climate-related research, and other fisheries relevant work will make fulfilling the EO priorities more difficult. The GMT offers the following comments on specific components of the draft council letter and the accompanying matrix. For the draft council letter to NIMS, the GMT suggests adding the red italicized text below to the bullet point 5 in the draft council letter, which is cited below. The placement of large offshore infrastructure such as aquaculture could effectively close or limit access to fisheries resource users if they are placed in areas which have historically been utilized by the fisheries. Taking historical fishing activity into consideration during the development of offshore infrastructure would improve access and prevent closures per the EO guidance. Relating to the matrix, the GMT recommends adding 2728 harvest specifications and management measures to the matrix, as there are multiple items within that package that would meet the goals outlined in the EO. Specifically, the following items are currently being contemplated for further analysis under this agenda item and would meet the EO's priorities. Management changes that follow that allow greater utilization of overall annual bycatch, annual biological catch could improve seafood competitiveness and economic growth by, for example, reducing the amount deducted in incidental and research sectors from a recent maximum to an average, and generally setting catch limits that are not overly restrictive, allowing all depth recreational fishing off California instead of utilizing rockfish conservation area lines would improve access and prevent closures. Management changes as a result of yellow eye rockfish being declared rebuilt could meet the EO priorities. Allowing retention of cow cod could improve access and enhance economic profitability, and creating stock complex specific trip limits in order to address underattainment and underutilized groundfish stocks managed in a complex helps improve access to target species and enhance economic profitability. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Phillips on the management team report? Seeing no questions, thank you, James. And our last report, the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, Susan Chambers. Good morning, Susan.
Good morning. I just want to confirm that my mic is working this time.
It's working perfectly.
Awesome. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Susan Chambers. I will be reading Supplemental GAP Report 1 on council response to executive orders and administration updates into the record. The GAP reviewed the attachments related to this agenda item and discussed several ideas related to EO 14276, restoring seafood competitiveness. Overarching comments. The GAP appreciates the thoughts provided by the council, staff, and council members regarding actions the council could take as part of the executive order. We support many of these ideas because we have proposed them to the council under various agenda items, such as under groundfish workload and new management measures the council considers every March. Further, we understand some of these items may be implemented more quickly through the EO rather than through the council process. The GAP also thanks the council members for the proposed letter to Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick. The ideas represent creative thinking that could meaningfully support seafood competitiveness. The GAP welcomes council support for these proposals. Upon review, the GAP suggests removal of some items or editing the wording of some items of each letter to provide clarity and specificity. We detail those below with rationale, and we provide some additional ideas for council consideration. Regarding the draft council letter to Assistant Administrator Eugenio Solar, wording suggestions regarding coordination on international treaties. The fourth bullet point in the letter references international treaties related to Pacific whiting, highly migratory species, coastal pelagics, and Pacific halibut, but did not mention salmon. Salmon is integral to the council process. We suggest including comments on marine planning activities. Referencing the fifth bullet in the letter, the gap suggests inserting renewable and potentially competing into the first sentence to read, the Pacific Council continues to review and provide comments on marine planning activities, including offshore wind or other renewable energy, aquaculture, and other potentially competing ocean uses. This wording would ensure all forms of energy or other industries would be covered. Items suggested for removal. Risk tables. Referencing the letter, the first bullet point includes the sentence, innovations such as risk tables provide the Pacific Council with on-ramps for incorporating such information into harvest specifications. The gap suggests removing this because significant concerns exist about how those should be applied to biennial harvest specifications, such as to which species. In some cases, using risk tables may introduce additional precaution to a process that already has precaution built in at multiple stages. This runs counter to the objectives of the EO. The GAP supports further exploration of using risk tables, but does not support inclusion of them as part of the Council's response to the EO. Stock definitions. Referencing Agenda Item H2, Attachment 5, the matrix. The GAP suggests removing stock definitions from the matrix. The letter and matrix constitute a summary documentation of existing council actions. Nothing provides explicit ideas in response to the EO. Stock definitions is a prime example of an action that will not increase seafood competitiveness or make any seafood industry more profitable. The council notes in the matrix that this action may facilitate improved access to species in federal waters and may increase profitability by focusing resources on stocks in need of conservation and management. As the GAP discussed under multiple statements related to stock definitions, this is an arbitrary action driven by NIMS, and it is questionable whether the council, states, tribes, and advisory bodies see the need for a full-scale action instead of just recommending one or two species for state management. Therefore, the GAP recommends removing this from potential EO actions to make room for actions that will actually make the seafood industry more competitive. Regarding the draft council member letter to Commerce Secretary Letnick, we suggest some wording changes and additions. Under national, expand fisheries data collection, the GAP suggests expanding the following bullet: funding novel and innovative data collection, analysis, and methods to incorporate into future stock assessments. For example, environmental DNA. Incorporating the use of eDNA or other new technologies would provide much more information with comparatively little collection effort. Whiting surveys already have a collection of samples that could be analyzed. With funding uncertain for stock assessments and the impacts of time-varying sigma, making progress with technologies such as these to see how they could supplement or be incorporated into our process could help seafood competitiveness. Under national, support domestic infrastructure, the GAP suggests the following: expand and update port infrastructure, for example, dock maintenance, ice houses, funding for port and harbor dredging. Seafood processing infrastructure, including incentivizing cold storage facilities near coastal fishing ports, and design coastal and marine spatial planning that supports U.S. fishing and processing. The rationale includes dock maintenance is an important part of keeping moorage docks and processing/offloading facilities in shape and working. The lack of accessible and affordable cold storage in some West Coast ports has reduced the offload access for some at-sea processors. They must return to Seattle or Bellingham between trips, which increases costs. Under national design, market, and industry support mechanisms, the GAP suggests expanding the following bullets. The additions are in bold. Create access to USDA programs for food producers, farms for fishermen, and processors, such as grants, insurance, and access to capital. Processors often have the volume of products to take advantage of USDA programs and expand those opportunities for fishermen. Similarly, the USDA includes some programs for fishermen. Including both fishermen and processors could expand opportunities for both. Under national, the GAP suggests rewriting the last bullet to read, include seafood industry representatives from fishing, processing, government, tribes, and conservation as part of all offshore energy development or other industries that compete for ocean space. The seafood industry includes those sectors and members that are detailed in this bullet point. Processors have a vested interest in offshore development that could affect coastal communities or access to ocean areas for vessels that fish for them. Additionally, industries other than offshore energy may compete for ocean space or affect the California current ecosystem or essential fish habitat. Additions. The GAP suggests adding the following bullet points to the letter. Under expand fisheries data collection, add provide funding pathways for commercial and recreational fishing community to collect data of opportunity or other data that can support fisheries management. For the rationale, with missing data needed to supplement the stock assessment and concerns over funding for surveys, fishermen have been proposing for several cycles that data of opportunity could be collected on trips we're already on. This could provide a low or no cost opportunity for data collection to support NIMS activities that promote stock assessment certainty and could help seafood competitiveness. Lastly, additional ideas. The GAP proposes the following ideas the council could add to the council letter or to the council members letter. Regarding the trawl gear exempted fishing permits, implement the trawl gear EFPs by removing the regulations that necessitate those EFPs. A handful of regulations are preventing midwater trawl and the requirement of the selected flatfish trawl gear from being used outside of an EFP. Almost 10 years of data have proven the value of using midwater trawl gear and the minimal impacts of not using selective flatfish trawl without significant impacts to protected species. Additionally, removing the regulations would help NIMS implement new regulations by counting toward the number of regulations to be removed to comply with Executive Order 14192, Unleashing Prosperity through Deregulation. Use of fishery-dependent data. The GAP sees value in incorporating more fishery-dependent data into stock assessments. The Scientific and Statistical Committee has approved the methodology for looking at the uses of fishery-dependent data, see agenda item G4. Incorporating fishery-dependent data into stock assessments holds the potential for stock assessments to more accurately reflect what fishermen see and experience on the ocean. Sunsetting temporary closed areas expeditiously when a closure stated objective has been met. This would hasten the environmental review of fishery impacts to habitat within traditionally fished areas prior to restoring fisheries access to them. This currently stands in the way of timely reopening. This deregulatory action will prevent much wasted effort and lost fisheries access in considering fisheries impacts that have already been a part of the use of the habitat for many years. For example, regaining fisheries access to the 4,300 square miles of Cowcod Conservation Area took many years beyond the time Cowcod were declared to be built, the goal of the closure, and still has not resulted in recovering fisheries access to the entirety of the area closed. In other words, baselines should not shift simply because fisheries have been excluded from an area for a specific period of time. The baseline should remain as a traditionally fished area. Trawl follow-on actions. The GAP understands trawl program follow-on actions have not yet been scoped, but the council has indicated its intent to prioritize the follow-on actions. It is unclear at this point what council and NIMS staff resources may be needed to analyze proposed changes or what timelines may be necessary to achieve final action. However, the GAP hopes the council can recommend it be included in the letter to Mr. Soler and that it will update him when a scope and work plan has been identified. Lastly, fair and reciprocal trade in seafood. Recognizing this may be more appropriate for the council member letter to Secretary Lutnick. The GAP suggests including this because domestic wild-caught seafood competes with imported whitefish daily. Tilapia and Vietnamese catfish represent more than 2 billion pounds of whitefish imports annually. Tariffs or other mechanisms to give domestic fisheries a chance would help, as would additional promotion of U.S. caught whitefish species. Mr. Chair, that concludes my report. I just want to say a quick thank you to Kelly and Jesse for talking us through this, and to GAP Co-Vice Chair Sarah Dayani for getting a lot of the listing done to get this report completed quickly. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Chambers on the groundfish report? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Susan, for the report and the incredible work done by the GAP to take a really close look at this, so we appreciate that. I just want to note that the letter, the council members' letters to Secretary Lutnick does include a bullet point regarding leveling the playing field so that there's a fair and equitable trade, truly based on competition. I just looked up Vietnam on this list of foreign fisheries under the MMPA, and once again, it's the prohibitions are primarily for fish caught with gill nets and entanglement. There's nothing on aquaculture, so I assume that on their farms they prohibit shooting of marine mammals, but we'll dive into that a little deeper. I do think it's interesting that the GAP has questioned why in this table that's in the council letter we include stock definitions, and maybe someone on the council can explain that, because we had to be so careful about what we're going to put in that letter because we can't put everything. Why is it that the stock definition rises to the level of being one of the few things we can put in that matrix? So just to respond to the GAP, maybe the council folks can help us with that. Thank you.
All right. Not sure if we want to save that for council discussion or. All right. I'll have Kelly tee that one up maybe and respond to that if you have a question. Thanks. Are there other questions on the advisory subpanel report? And not seeing, Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And maybe, again, this is something for council discussion, but I appreciate that for CPS and, for ecosystems and for Habitat Committee, there was a mention of the fact that there are already executive orders out there that work against this executive order. Is it too brash to poke the sleeping bear in the letter and say, by the way, it's hard to meet this one when we've got these other ones here? We got funding cuts. We've got the whole process related to salmon and water and habitat and dams. How do you handle that? I'm not sure, but maybe again for council discussion. But I appreciate that those advisory bodies brought that up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, and we'll keep that on the list for a council discussion also. Any other questions for the advisory subpanel? Not seeing any. Thank you, Susan. And that completes our reports. Ryan, your hand is raised. I know you wanted to make a report here. Do you have a question for the advisory subpanel, or this is separate moving on?
I wanted to give a very brief NIMS report once the advisory panel reports were done before you get to discussion.
Yep. thank you. So we've completed the groundfish advisory subpanel and all of that. I think I said thank you, Susan. So now our last report is NIMS report here. So Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And Kelly noted this in her opening presentation, so I just wanted to be brief, just for clarification, in case there are any questions, because I do believe we moved up supplemental attachment 6 in your briefing book, which was an IMP report at the beginning of the meeting. So I just wanted to explain the difference in the various documents that are coming from NIMPS in the briefing book here. Obviously, you have the letter from Henio that specifically calls out section 4A(i)(1) of the language specific to the councils. Kelly's correct that came with the template. It has it connects to the unified agenda, and she gave a great presentation on that request. The supplemental attachment 6, I just wanted to clarify, is the Federal Register notice that Henio references in the last or the penultimate paragraph of his letter, the last paragraph on page 1, where he mentions that we'll issue that within the next 30 days. He said that in May. It didn't come out quite in the next 30 days, but it is out. And it does speak to the sections he references in the letter, section 4A, 4A, 2i, and 3i, and then 4C of the executive order itself. So that's the connection. It mentions there in his letter from May. Of course, if the councils want to comment on any of those sections of the EO from that Federal Register notice, they're welcome to, but that's separate, obviously, from the very direct section of the EO that's asking us to work specifically with the councils on these recommendations that are relevant to the template and the matrix. So hopefully that helped clarify the difference between the documents, but I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Wolf on the NIMS report there, that summary? And I'm not seeing any here. Let me just make sure. Yep. Ryan, your hand was still up, but I assume you've completed that report.
Yes, sorry, thank you.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands, so our reports are complete. We have some public comment, and it's on the screen there before us. We'll have Michelle Conrad first. Michelle will be followed by Yelena Novak and then Jeff Shester. So, Michelle, good morning. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning again, Chair Hassemer and council members. I'm Michelle Conrad, and I'll be speaking to the comment letter submitted on behalf of Ocean Conservancy, Environmental Defense Fund, Oceana, and Wild Oceans. We appreciate the work of the council to identify priorities in response to EO 14276 and consider how broader federal actions could also advance the competitiveness of seafood, and would like to offer the following comments and recommendations. As you know, there are many factors involved in achieving the objectives of the EO, and those that the council may be in a better position to address are reflected by the actions and initiatives in the draft council letter in response to the EO. However, we think the council's response could be strengthened by stressing the importance of maintaining and improving its work to ensure the long-term sustainability of council-managed fish stocks, minimize bycatch, and protect seafloor habitats, particularly in light of changing ecological conditions, as these items are key to increasing fisheries production, ensuring continued access, and achieving and maintaining seafood competitiveness. We also recommend the council emphasize the need for the National Marine Fisheries Service, West Coast Region, the Northwest and Southwest Fisheries Science Centers, to continue to provide the science and management support needed for council decision-making. While the draft letter includes good examples of the council's reliance on NIMS to support specific actions and initiatives, we recommend bolstering the descriptions to include the continuation of the Science Center's surveys, research initiatives, stock assessments, and fisheries monitoring efforts. We also support the Council's inclusion of the comments and suggestions in the proposed letter to Secretary Lutnick, either as a separate item or by incorporating additions, such as the expansion of fisheries data collection efforts into the Council's EO response letter. And thank you. I'd be happy to take any questions.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. Any questions for Ms. Conrad on her testimony? And seeing no questions, again, thank you, Michelle. Next, Elena Novak. Good morning, Elena.
Good morning, Chair Hasmer, council members. I'm Elena Novak. I'll be speaking on behalf of the Oregon Trail Commission to provide our recommendations on Executive Order 14276, issued on April 17, 2025, titled Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness. OTC represents Oregon Trail fishermen participating in the West Coast groundfish and also the state-managed pink shrimp fishery. I support and appreciate the GAP comments on this agenda item. I will provide the highlights of our most urgent requests, cost reduction, and stock assessments. My other recommendations submitted in writing are relevant and they can be viewed online. The West Coast groundfish trawl fishery is one of the top most heavily regulated fisheries in the U.S. This fishery is a remarkable example of sustainability and rigorous management. However, trawl groundfish fishermen's regulatory costs constitute between 10 and 20% of their gross receipts. These extremely high costs must be reduced in order for the industry to reach its economic viability. The Trawl Catch Share Program Review report revealed that non-whiting groundfish vessels operate on very skinny profits, as low as $25K with an average of a little over $100K, if I got that right. They risk their lives to deliver wholesome seafood, and they're hardly rewarded for it. Cost reductions can be achieved through various means, including by sensibly easing up on some regulations, start by reducing 100% observer coverage, reducing the rate of video review in the electronic monitoring program, and simplifying EM bottom trawl sorting requirements. It also can be done through process optimization, utilization of new technologies, supporting citizen science and collaborative research projects. These recommendations would also help alleviate some of the pressure on the reduced in size NIMS staff. Lastly, we recommend elimination or reduction in 3% cost recovery, and we request that the $8 million balance on the vessel buyback loan is forgiven. Regarding the groundfish stock assessments, we request that NIMS performs a review of their stock assessment process to identify gaps, biases, and opportunities for improvement. We also request a consideration of prioritizing fishery-dependent data in the absence of reliable fishery-independent data, or at least treat them equally. NIMS should prioritize investing in improved fishery surveys for rockfish and perform new studies on certain individual groundfish stocks, for example, widow rockfish biology and migration at different stages of life. Additionally, NIMS should complete the past studies of conservation benefits from trawl regulations so that those benefits can be adequately recognized within the stock assessments framework. I would also like to say that I sympathize with National Marine Fisheries Service for the challenges they are facing with losing a portion of their staff and the impacts from that to their operations. I also recognize the state of our industry. It is economically depressed and it urgently needs help. And we know from the Catch Share Program Review report, things will not improve on their own. They're only getting worse with time. We urge the West Coast Region Office to heed the call from the administration and seek to improve, simplify, and optimize how we do things in this fishery with the goal of the long-term competitiveness of the West Coast groundfish fishery. Regarding the West Coast region's workforce rebalancing and reprioritization, which Ms. Jennifer Kwan mentioned in her statement under Agenda Item A5, OTC recommends that the region engages the fishing industry to ensure a thorough understanding of the industry's needs and priorities, which should also help inform NIMS's workforce planning. We would also like to see the region engage the industry indirect discussions about the best path forward as to how some of the administration's priorities should be met. It can be accomplished through an ad hoc advisory group, which could include some representatives of GAP and the PFMC. We appreciate the Council and NIMS for their support of our fisheries and their efforts in helping the industry seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make our fisheries economically viable and competitive. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Novak on her testimony? Not seeing any questions. Again, thank you very much, Elena. And we have Jeff Chester is next. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning, Chair Hassemer, members of the council. My name is Jeff Chester, representing the conservation group Oceana. We wanted to thank and support Michelle Conrad's points from the letter with the Ocean Conservancy, Environmental Defense Fund, and Wild Oceans. And Oceana is also submitting a national letter on the EO to the Fisheries Service as well. Our main point is that conservation and ecosystem-based fisheries management are the critical pillars for U.S. seafood competitiveness in the global marketplace. The long-term competitiveness of American seafood depends not on deregulation, but on responsible stewardship of our ocean resources. The Pacific Fishery Management Council has put in place science-based catch limits, protected the forage base, including krill, taken actions to minimize bycatch, as well as substantial protections for seafloor habitats. These are fundamental to ensuring a continued reliable supply of seafood and competitiveness in the long term. So we just want to make sure that that any proposed actions under this EO does not undermine these existing protections. The Council has been an international leader in fostering innovative fishing gear solutions like deep set buoy gear. EFPs, we want to make sure are based on technologies shown and that have good evidence that they will minimize bycatch, such as building on the success of deep set buoy gear. We do not want to see EFPs undermine conservation measures, and we strongly oppose efforts to reintroduce pelagic longline fishing inside the West Coast EEZ or expand its use outside the EEZ. Protecting marine mammals and endangered species is really a critical piece of this competition question. Making our U.S. fisheries more responsible and sustainable raises the bar for imported seafood. Strong standards for marine mammal bycatch also protect U.S. fisheries because the Marine Mammal Protection Act requires that the Secretary of the Treasury ban imports from foreign fisheries that have less rigorous protection for marine mammals than the U.S. fisheries. Just recently in August 2025, the Fisheries Service determined that some or all of the seafood from 46 nations would be denied entry into the U.S. based on their failure to meet U.S. standards. So if the Fisheries Service takes any action to weaken marine mammal protections in U.S. fisheries, it may allow these countries to once again begin exporting seafood to the U.S. without having adequate marine mammal protections in place. Specifically, the Council's letter does describe proposed actions with respect to sardine stock definitions. We agree that with the CPS-AS that sardine stocks are a top CPS priority for this action. We understand that the best available science currently indicates 2 persistent geographically separated stocks of Pacific sardines. The Council letter indicates a plan to distinguish the catch of these 2 stocks, but does not commit to sustainable management of the southern stock or the southern subpopulation, which supports the live bait fishery and is taken largely in the Southern California area. It is critical that the Council begin managing the southern subpopulation by adding it to the CPS FMP to ensure that overfishing is prevented. And we encourage the Council to support the work of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, which has already been using its acoustic trawl surveys to gather biomass estimates for the southern stock as the basis for management. So we have the science to do this, and this is a great example of a place where management can be improved based on a long-stated priority from both industry and conservation. We also just support the comments made by the Habitat Committee, specifically addressing aquaculture, deep sea mining, and offshore wind energy. also support the focus on fishery monitoring and data gathering. And I think ultimately, if the council letter can explicitly indicate, I think as even referenced by some of the previous speakers, the need to have a fully supported NOAA, that is going to be critical, because we believe that the agency having a full staff and resources is ultimately critical to achieving the conservation as well as competitiveness in our fisheries. So we urge the council to build on your precautionary ecosystem-based approach and enhance seafood competitiveness through the EO. So thank you very much for your time and the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Chester on his testimony? And Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jeff, for your comment. I assume that with your colleagues, you'll be submitting a letter directly in response to the call for public comment. And I wonder if you could weigh in on the comment I made earlier about the challenge that we face in responding to this executive order because of other executive orders or decisions that have been taken. That might be too delicate for the council to raise in its letter, but will we get some feedback from your community on that front? Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, through the chair, Dr. Lent, for the question. And yes, as I mentioned, our organization is submitting broader comments to Kelly Dennett, the director of the Office of Sustainable Fisheries at National Marine Fisheries Service. I think the points that we made today kind of largely are echoed in that national letter. I guess we would hope to see that the points of international competitiveness and advancing some of the council's work through further sustainable innovations can proceed despite some of the other executive orders. And so we would simply encourage the council to kind of move forward along those points. Obviously, there is a delicate balance of some of the other pieces there, but particularly on the aspect of funding, the more that this council can describe the values of NOAA and the Fisheries Service and what they're doing in terms of data collection and how that supports and underpins the sustainability of fisheries off the West Coast and our competitiveness, we would certainly support that. So we look forward to sharing. We can share that broader letter that we submit with this council, and definitely support the line of thinking that you're on, Dr. Lent, and support the council's efforts here. Thank you.
Other questions? And looking around here, not seeing any. Thank you, Jeff. Okay, that completes our report and our public comment. What we'll do here is we will probably take our break about 9:30, but we have an opportunity here to start some initial discussion on this, and maybe a good starting point. Rebecca Lent had teed up a couple of questions. Maybe it's helpful if you can repeat those and get some answers or discussion on that. Rebecca?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And again, I'm just asking, out of all the things that we could have put in that matrix, because there's quite a few, why is stock definitions in there? Maybe I'm missing something. Thanks.
Kelly Ames.
Through the chair, thank you, council members. First, just to take one step back, in June, the council had two motions that were pretty broad and far-reaching. And so we applied the executive order criteria, which were that you needed to have a work plan, including a NIMS implementation. So that was kind of our first way of filtering out between the letter and the matrix. When we looked at stock definitions, you had final action scheduled on your year at a glance for this meeting. So the stock definitions action, if you look at attachment 5 in the matrix, there's a description of how we felt stock definitions met the EO criteria. So we believe that it increases flexibility and could prevent closures by mortality of non-target diminutive species that are currently in the FMP. It may also increase profitability by focusing our limited resources on the stocks that are in need of conservation and management. So I don't have the exact counts. I'm sure Todd and Katrina do, but I believe we started around 86 species. And after the action that you took at this meeting and previous meetings, I think you removed about 20. You designated about 12 as ecosystem components, and the remainder would be the ones where we focus our energies on. So that was the criteria by which we viewed that action relative to the EO.
Thank you. That answered that question. And I believe you had one other, the interaction of various executive orders. Was that something you needed an answer on, or?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess it's pretty touchy, but it's just this whole idea of a lot of stuff has been thrown at us that makes our jobs harder. And now we're being asked, how can we make your jobs easier? So how do we handle that? Do we just ignore it and move on, or can we have some reference to that? But, you know, I'm not a politician, so help me out here.
Right. I don't know if anybody wants to tackle that, or we recognize the complexities of doing that, but we have a responsibility of complying to a specific request here that we will do. Rebecca.
Maybe, thank you, Chair. Maybe another question. There's an open public comment period. Is it still open? I hope so. I assume that if we wanted to submit a comment, we would have to do that as individuals and not mention any affiliation with the council. But we could still write our own letters as public citizens, can we?
Yes, Executive Director Burton, I'll let him take that. John Ugeritz, I see your hand up. We'll get to you, but we'll handle this question here.
Yeah, appreciate the question. This sort of thing does come up periodically. I would say you as council members also frequently serve as representatives of the council. If you have an opinion that the council has not organized itself around, then you would be best, I think, required to represent yourself as an individual. So if you have a comment that you'd like to make to the Federal Register notice, there's nothing stopping you, but unless the council has provided direction on a message, you would be representing yourself as an individual.
Thank you. John Ugeritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I had some thoughts similar to maybe some of what Rebecca was saying. Yes, I think the constituents who spoke in public comment and our advisory bodies have given us a lot to think about. Honestly, I think much of that is perhaps beyond the scope of what we're trying to do today. We do have, an executive order that is directing us to provide some priorities to respond. I think that the council staff's efforts to narrowly focus that on a subset of activities that we have a schedule for and are anticipated to complete makes sense. I think, there may be some minor wordsmithing to the letter that some of the advisory bodies have provided more directly in terms of underlying strikeout language that I might be able to support. I'm thinking that the Habitat Committee information, where they provided some specific edits that I can read and agree with. I would be fine making those edits to the council staff provided draft. But beyond that, I'm really feeling like there's too much to get into here, too much to get into today, and that all of the information should certainly go on our back burner as far as information that helps the council decide what to do in the future. But I don't think it needs to be either in the letter or in the matrix that staff provided. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Any other general high-level things here? There were a lot of reports, a lot of information in there and public comment. So before we get to our action, I want to make sure people have time to absorb that and think about how that applies to our action. Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a short intervention to remind people that I specifically asked Sam Rauch in June, can we include things like leveling the playing field, trade, different things that are beyond the rulemaking, the things that are beyond NOAA fisheries? And he said, yes, this is your chance to do that. And it's in that spirit that I see the council members letter. And there is quite a bit in there. I think there's been a great effort to incorporate what we've heard from the advisory bodies. Maybe that list can be trimmed, but we do need that second letter because that's where we can talk about everything else that's beyond our purview. And when it comes to salmon, that's certainly the case. There's so much beyond our purview. When it comes to bycatch and circle hooks, that's beyond our purview. Let's make sure that we take this opportunity to talk about things that are out of our control, but keeping us from having sustainable, profitable, viable fisheries in the United States. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. John, I see your hand still up. Did you have something additional?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, in response to Dr. Lent's comment just now, I was speaking previously to item number 1 on the screen right now, the attachment 4 and attachment 5, which I think, again, I'm suggesting that we keep somewhat narrowly focused and that we, not make any significant changes to what council staff has provided other than some simple wordsmithing where we have clear recommendations from our advisory bodies with underline and strike out to changes to the letter. With regard to Dr. Lent's comments about what she asked and what Sam Rauch responded, sure, we can always provide information beyond the scope of what we do here. Honestly, I don't think the council member report, the additional attachment, additional letter is ready to go. I think it would need significant wordsmithing to formulate into a letter that I feel confident that could go out under the council's signature. And I don't support sending it right now.
All right. Thank you. Looking around here, I think this might be a good point to take our morning break. So we can think about this and come back and be ready to take action. So let's take 15 minutes so you can get checked out of your room and come back, be ready to do work. Thank you. All right, I think we're ready to commence here on this agenda item, so we had time to think about it, look around for any other discussion, and maybe we can get our task list up there, refresh our memory on what we need to do. There it is. One is a specific response to the Executive Order 14276, and the other is the considering the council member report. So, where are we? I can't believe we're done with everything here. Anybody want to take up council task number 1? Okay, there's a hand up. John Ugaritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that folks have had some time to sit and think about this. When I'm looking through all of the reports regarding number 1 on the screen, I do find a few clear, specific edits that could improve the draft letter found in attachment 4. And I think I could support those as far as the staff revising the letter with those few edits, specifically in the Habitat Committee and Groundfish Advisory subpanel reports. There's a lot of additional information in the other reports, and I found them extremely valuable in terms of considering future workload and how we implement what we are saying we're going to do in this letter. But I don't really see the necessity to include all of those details and edits to the letter. With regard to the matrix, I think it's good as is. I think it's clear. I think it provides some good examples of how we are being responsive to the executive order, and I wouldn't make any changes to it. So love to hear what other council members feel about that. And if no other action, I have a potential motion.
Thank you, John. Let me look around and see if there's any further discussion on that. And I'm not seeing any hands here, so why don't you go ahead with your motion?
Sure. If council staff could pull up my first motion, that would be great. I move that the council update the draft letter found in agenda item H2 attachment 4 to include the specific strikeout and underline recommendations found in the Habitat Committee report, agenda item H2A supplemental HC report 1, along with the wording suggestions and items for removal found in the Groundfish Advisory subpanel report, agenda item H2A supplemental gap report 1, and to submit the letter along with the matrix found in agenda H2 attachment 5 in response to Executive Order 14276.
Thank you, John. I followed along. I'm assuming you can see what's on the screen before us. That all looks accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Corey Ridings. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks. I think in my comments just now, I've explained my rationale here. Again, I don't want to lose the very good input that we received from our advisory bodies and constituents in public comment. I think there's a lot there. I think there's a lot of detail there that is helpful to move council actions forward in the future, but that they are not necessary or necessarily responsive to the executive order. I believe that what council staff have provided us is comprehensive and complete, and with the minor specific changes to the letter that I note in the motion, I think we are adequately responding to this request.
Thank you. Any questions for clarification on the motion? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Rugerwitz, for the motion. I just want to seek clarification. You're including in here underlying recommendations found in the Habitat Committee report, along with the wording suggestions and items for removal found in the GAP report. Was the GAP suggested removing the stock definition? Is that what you meant? Thank you.
John?
Right, thanks. Fumbling with my buttons here. They recommended removing both the stock definition item and the risk table item, and I'm okay with both of those removals.
Further questions for clarification? Seeing no other questions, discussion on the motion? Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, John, for the motion. I do just want to pass along what I think is stated in some ways in the GAP report, and I don't think the removals that John cited here meet it, but just this general frustration that the matrix does not go far enough to cover things that would be actually helpful to fishing industry. And I don't know if that sentiment is there in the other advisory bodies, but I know very much that it was there from the GAP. I do understand that the response to the executive order asked for something narrow, and I understand the benefits of doing something narrow there, but I know that it's hard to balance that with how intensely exhausted I know our advisory bodies are and how frustrated they were not being with us this week and then having to do a lot of really good work from afar and in really difficult conditions. So I also think this contributes to their feeling that their ideas and voices aren't heard in this process, even though, I think there was a lot of hope in this executive order. And so to have a response that is very restrained is not reflective of the things that they want to communicate. I know that they want, or that they have the opportunity to comment individually for their individual organizations, for themselves, through the executive order Federal Register notice that just went out. And I know that a lot of groups will do that, but a lot of people choose to spend their time engaging with this process as part of the advisory bodies. And so to not see that come across in what we do in a motion here, I don't know how that's going to sit with everyone. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks for those comments. I agree with the sentiment that there are any number of things that not only could but should be implemented to help our various stakeholders on all sides of the spectrum. I don't necessarily think we need to list out the entire specifics of all of those. And the reason I specifically highlighted the two changes that I'm suggesting, or the two set of changes that I'm suggesting, is that I felt they were specific and responsive, and I felt that some of the other proposals and some of the other advisory subpanels requests are actually already included in this letter, perhaps just not with the level of detail that some people might want to include. But I don't feel that including all of that detail and some of the proposed responses would actually be beneficial. And I think it might harm our efforts in terms of being clear and concise in what we're suggesting.
Other discussion on the motion? Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Hessmer. And thank you, Mr. Hugertz, for your last explanation. I was going to bring up the idea that this motion recognizes the input from the Habitat Committee and the GAP, but not others. So that what you just explained helps a lot. I'm thinking a lot about the time that folks on our management teams and advisory bodies put into this in the context of what we've heard around working remotely and the challenges of this meeting. And I agree, I don't want them to view an action here as not recognizing their input. If anything, their reports are a resource for us. But I say that also with the support for a streamlined letter and not needing to get into the details, or that if we get too far into the details, our message is lost. So thanks for the discussion.
Other discussion? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, John, for this motion. I plan to support it. I know a lot of thought has gone into this. I'll just note, I do have some heartburn with removing the sentence on risk tables that the GAP has suggested. I think they've been really helpful. There was a pilot with groundfish that went around with the stock assessments. We were given a presentation at the beginning of this meeting, and it was useful. We heard from the SSC that they found it useful. And this example showed that it actually, had they been used, they would have resulted in more favorable sigmas for 2 species. And it's just a reminder that these risk tables are designed to bring in more information, help us make better decisions, and that those decisions can go a multitude of ways. So again, I will be voting for this motion, but did just want to voice my support, my ongoing support for these tools that can help us make better decisions overall, like risk tables.
Thank you. Kelly Ames.
Thanks, Chair Hessmer. Just a question to the motion maker. So in your motion, you have item number 1, along with the wording, suggestions, and items for removal found in the GAP report. And I just wanted clarification that you're specifically referencing the items at the bottom of page 1 of the GAP report and the top of page 2, but nothing else in that GAP report.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. There are 2 subheadings in the GAP report. One that says wording suggestions at the bottom of page 1, and then it looks like the title items suggested for removal is also at the bottom of page 1, but the 2 items bulleted are on the top of page 2. There are separate recommendations following that address the council member letter to Secretary Lutnick that I am not including in this motion, nor does this motion include any recommendation to send that letter.
Thank you. Other discussion? Not seeing any hands, then I'll call a question on this motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Motion passes with abstention by Mr. Ryan Wolf, National Marine Fisheries Service. So with that, believe that completes task 1. The other task is to consider the council member report. Jamie Dimond.
Thank you. Chair Hasmer, I have a motion.
Let's hear it.
I move the council task executive director and staff to finalize H2A council member report 1 with the following changes reflective of advisory body reports and comments as follows. First, we would like to add ceasing Mr. Soler. And then I'm just highlighting the specific changes. So this is not the whole document, obviously. Under expand fisheries data collection, fund long-term, novel, and innovative data collection to support robust fisheries and stock assessments, analysis, and methods to incorporate into future stock assessments, for example, eDNA. Provide funding pathways for commercial and recreational fishing community to collect data of opportunity or other data that could support fisheries management. Create better pathways for commercial, recreational, indigenous and traditional fishing community knowledge and experiences to be incorporated into stock assessments and management. Add fund national sea grant college programming that supports domestic fishing, ports, and coastal communities. And then under the bullet of support domestic infrastructure and modernization, under that first bullet, expand and update port infrastructure, for example, ice houses, funding for port harbor dredging, including dock maintenance and fuel dock improvement and expansion. Seafood processing infrastructure, including incentivizing cold storage facilities near coastal fishing ports through the Port Infrastructure Development Program and the Water Resource Development Act. Support expansion of public markets that increase access to American seafood. Design coastal and marine spatial planning that supports and includes U.S. fishermen and processors. And then under design, market, industry support mechanisms, expand USDA programs for food producers, farms to fishermen and processors, such as grants, insurance, and access to capital. Let's see here. Expand, let's see here, we changed from strengthen to stronger. That was just a word change. Stronger NOAA fisheries marketing of primacy of U.S. fisheries management and how that contributes to a sustainable, superior product. Another just, I believe it was like a typo, word change, U.S. seafood commodity marketing, support at levels commensurate with agriculture sector, similar organizations to genuine Alaska pollock producers. Support, expand, and expedite funding for fisheries disaster declarations. Develop and expand educational efforts dedicated to the nutritional value of seafood and the health benefits of its consumption.
Okay, thank you. So the highlighted
portions are the changes.
Okay.
And it's mostly additions, and those do you want me to explain that now?
Well,
okay.
First we'll make sure it's all correct here. Can you scroll to the very top again, just so we're clear on what this directs? Okay. Directing the executive director and staff to finalize the letter with those changes. So all the language on the screen that we saw is accurate and complete. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. With that, is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Corey Ridings. Now please speak to your motion as needed.
Thank you. So I went through the advisory body reports and I looked and compared what we already had in there. A lot of the recommendations may have been more specific, but were covered under many of the items already in the letter. The changes that were made, some were just to fine tune, some were errors in including certain groups like processors in the, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, third bullet point here. adding Indigenous and traditional fishing community knowledge as part of that. If you wouldn't mind scrolling down. It mostly based on feedback from the letters, nothing holistic, nothing changing the tone or anything of this letter in particular, but just broadening some things, expanding the user groups that are affected specifically. And this really, we just want to make sure that because in the previous motion, that letter was very specific in nature. This kind of gives us a little more room to get into all of the things that we hear from industry, from stakeholders that affect fisheries beyond what happens here at the council. And so in this letter, going to the Secretary of Commerce and CCing Mr. Soler, just bringing that to their attention. But these changes in particular were things that we felt worth doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for clarification on the motion? Rebecca Lent.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Ms. Diamond, for the proposal. I just want to make sure there are 3 more bullets under national and then a section on international. Those are not in here because there's no changes to them?
Correct. This is only showing things that are being changed. This is not the whole letter.
Thank you. Other questions for clarification? Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so I see that you're essentially giving staff the discretion relative to any edits to the letter itself. I realize you're focusing here on the addendum to the letter. I am not in support of the letter itself as it's written. I think the tone is not quite appropriate. And so I really don't have any heartburn with the things you're adding to the list, but I'm just troubled by the tone of the letter and will not be able to support it.
Thank you. I think we're still making sure, clarifying the motion, and I'm not seeing any hands for clarification. So,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I have a request for clarification.
Yep, I see that now. John Ugoritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Diamond, for the motion. I just want to be clear on what the motion is asking, because what I see in the first paragraph here is that we are tasking the executive director and staff with finalizing. However, we are not recommending sending or submitting. So my question is, was your intent to actually have this sent? And if so, on what timeline?
Jamie Dimon.
Thank you. That is an oversight. So the intent is to have this letter sent as soon as practicable. So would I need to make an amendment?
No, I think with the stated
Okay.
intent that
Yeah.
we're aware of timelines, and you just stated that finalize the letter and send
send.
it as, not sure the exact words, as soon as practical is reasonable.
Thank you. Yes.
That answer your question, John?
Thanks, that did. I have some comments, but save them for discussion.
All right, let's make sure we've got all the questions for clarification out of the way. Not seeing any. Now we are into discussion on the motion. And now I see a hand up. John Ugoritz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I do appreciate the work that went into crafting this list. I share some of the concerns about the cover letter to this list, as well as the fact that it is unclear to me in this letter who is supposed to do this. It appears as though we are directing the National Marine Fisheries Service to do these things or requesting that they do these things. And frankly, I don't know that they have the capability to do this list of things. Again, as with some of the recommendations to our council letter that we just approved, I feel that this list provides us a great background and guidance for future workload planning, but I am not supportive and will not support sending this.
Thank you, John. Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Chair. One thing I wanted to highlight is the really wide support for the letter from all the advisory bodies and some of the public commenters who cross a lot of our stakeholder groups. I saw support from both NGOs and industry. So across our entire spectrum of stakeholders, we're supportive of sharing something like this back to the administration. I want to remind folks how this letter came about. When I was trying to prepare the motions for our last meeting, when we were trying to think of our initial response to the executive order, the conversations that I had with council members started to elicit a lot of comments that were well outside of the bounds of what NOAA could handle. And there's this acknowledgement there. Yes, the executive order said certain things, asked for certain things, but it became really clear really quickly that the executive order is really limited in what in the help that it could provide to industry. And there are all these other things that I think we as stewards of the resource and as representatives of industry can offer to tell the administration are necessary to support our stakeholders. So the spirit of the letter is to try to cover some of the things that are well beyond the purview of NOAA Fisheries to do. You guys asked who it was for, or I heard shades of that in the comment. The intention is to flag that that actually a whole of government approach is necessary to reach, to create seafood competitiveness for industry. So yeah, the stakeholders that I work with every day, the needs that they have are not limited to our body. They're well outside of us. And I think we end up coming up with these discussions all the time. We run up against this in our council discussions, that things that we need to affect are beyond our purview. I don't think that there's anybody else to say this to the government, but folks like us, groups like us who do this work that spans a lot of federal sectors. And so, you know, I didn't want the thoughts that came out of our initial ask for feedback around the EO to be lost. This is not intended as a tasking list. It's intended as a flag that here are other ways that we need help. Here are other things that we need to support us. And so, yeah, and I understand and respect that some council members might not like this approach. That's totally fine. We don't have to agree on everything, but I do want to highlight that a lot of your stakeholders did say that they were supportive. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. I've been pretty quiet on this agenda item. It's a little overwhelming, and it's also a bit of an awkward place. We're a state agency on this one. The original asking for the matrix, et cetera, that was something that council was specifically asked for. So I felt okay voting on that. I am likely going to abstain on this one because this, while agree with the concept and what it's trying to do and trying to get additional information, I don't know that it's appropriate for me as a state agency representative to be a part of this, or I'm having trouble explaining it. There's just a little bit of some sensitivity about being a state agency person trying to tell a federal agency something. I appreciate all the work that's going into it and everything that it's trying to capture as far as the needs of our communities and our fishing industry. It's just an awkward spot for me. So just wanted to explain why I've been a little quiet and why I plan on abstaining. Thank you.
Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ms. Diamond, for this motion. I plan to support it. I have a couple amendments, if I may.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Tower of Power. Back up to the top under the first bullet, expand fisheries data collection. Add a sub-bullet. Actually, you know what? I'm a slow reader. Let's double check that I might actually have missed them. Can you scroll down slowly to make sure it's not already in there? Okay, thank you. Yes, an extra bullet. To read, fund ecosystem data collection to understand impacts of a changing environment on target stocks, forage species, and protected species.
Might need to repeat that.
I'm sorry. On target stocks, comma, forage species, comma, and protected species. All right. And the second part is under the third bullet, design market/industry support mechanisms. Add a sub-bullet that says, develop and support U.S. seafood labeling. Okay, I stand to be corrected. Strike the develop and support U.S. seafood labeling. And Tower of Power, can you go back up to the first part of this? I'm sorry. The sub-bullet that I added under expand fisheries data collection. So this one actually is a change, as Ms. Diamond was noting as she explained her motion. However, it's adding the term forage species into this sentence. So we can either sort of leave this sentence or just highlight that the forage species is different.
Can you just do that one in a different color, or I suspect you'll be pasting it down there? And as they're typing, we'll make sure we get this right. You're not adding a sub-bullet, you're adding 2 words to an existing item.
Exactly. I think it would be 2 words and a comma.
We're getting there. Just get rid of that letter A in the first sentence. Okay, Corey, it's your motion. Does that all look correct and accurate, complete and accurate?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Jamie Dimon. Please speak to it as necessary.
Thanks, Chair. This was recommended by the EAS. I thought it was a good suggestion, brings into a lot of work that this council has done historically on forage species, and I think it fits well within the overall motion.
All right, thank you. Any questions for clarification on this? Not seeing any questions, discussion. Oh. Well, sorry. John Ugoretz.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Question for Ms. Ridings. Again, is the intent of your addition of this information that the letter is asking the National Marine Fisheries Service to fund this data collection?
Thank you, Mr. Ugoretz. Yes, the intention is to fund data collection. I think that the National Marine Fisheries Service would be the natural place to do that. My understanding of the letter as a whole is that this is intended to go to the government as a whole, which is why it's directed at the Secretary of Commerce, or why the recipient is the Secretary of Commerce. My understanding at NIMS is probably the group that collects most data on forage species, but there are certainly other agencies within the government that are collecting important ecosystem data, especially when it comes to understanding the impacts of a changing environment. So it's not meant to be exclusive of that, but probably it would focus on that. If I was in charge of the government, that's what I would do.
Right. Thank you. Other questions? John, does that answer yours?
It does, thanks.
All right. Other questions? Not seeing any discussion on the motion. Not seeing any hands for discussion, then I'll call.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I know it's hard remote.
Yeah, John, go ahead, and then Rebecca Lent, I think, also had her hand up. John?
Yeah, thanks. Again, while I appreciate the intent behind capturing this information and our desires, this edit to the original motion is exactly why I don't support the motion as a whole, or the amendment to the motion. I feel like there are a whole host of things that we could suggest that the government fund, and it concerns me when we start to sound like we are directing the government to do things. Again, I think that this change to the existing motion is something that we should keep in our pocket as information to use moving forward when perhaps funding opportunities exist, but not something that we should be sending to the Secretary of Commerce.
Thank you. Rebecca Lent, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Chair. I do. I know I keep saying this, but this was something that Sam Rauch asked us to do. Said, please do this. This is your opportunity. My understanding is the spirit of this second letter from council members is to underscore those things that are beyond our direct mandate. It's not necessarily to direct, to fund, to whatever, but to highlight all these other things we need to do. We can't be 100% inclusive in this, and there are things we could nitpick on. There's nothing necessarily responsive to the HMSAS, but I understand that's very sensitive. I guess I would ask the council this question. If we don't send this letter, and we only send the other letter, if we get everything we want done in that first letter, has this council been responsive to the executive order? I'm not sure we can say that we would be. We need to flag these things. Same way, there are lots of other things I'd love to flag, as you've heard from me earlier. So I also remind people that individually we can write letters, our stakeholders as well. I think it's important to reflect what we've heard from our hardworking advisory buddies who really did put effort into this. I've been part of providing some comments on this for a number of weeks. So I am going to support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further discussion? Not seeing any hands then. At this point, we're voting on the amendment to the motion on the screen before us. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
All right, let me make sure. Sharon, Ryan Wolf, Lynn Mattis abstained. Is that correct? Around, I believe so. So with that, one no vote and 3 abstentions. I'll check with the executive director, but I believe the motion is passed. That's correct. So thank you, Corey, for that. That will take us back to the main motion now as amended. Further discussion on that. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, I will keep it short. I will be supporting the motion. I think there has been a tremendous amount of bordering on enthusiasm, I guess I would say, from the public who have had the opportunity to really weigh in about what it is that is impacting them, not just in the council process, but in fisheries in general. And this came up when I had the opportunity to participate in the 5-year catch share review. That was one of the first questions that was asked was, what do we do? How does the council get involved in terms of weighing in on things that are outside of our purview? I'm not going to speak to the tone of the letter per se, because I'm probably the gruffest one here at times in terms of tone, and I am not the one that's going to make the best judgment call on that one. But I would say that I don't believe that the intention in any way, shape, or form from the drafters of the letter was to be grading or in any other way difficult for whomever receives this letter. So I do just want to note that there are some additions from the HMSAS that did make it into there. I'm appreciative of the thought around things like infrastructure in ports. We talk a lot in this process around the importance of fisheries and fisheries science. But at the end of the day, if we can't land those fish, if we don't have ice, if we don't have the ability to maintain those fish once we've caught and processed them in our coastal communities, we have a challenge there as well. So with that, I will close my comments. Appreciate the discussion this morning, and I'm grateful for everyone that has had an opportunity to weigh in on this letter.
Thank you. Vice Chair Smith.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This whole process is about directing somebody somewhere. Now, we can change that word in directing to asking or help out with or whatever description words you want to use. But I will be supporting this, and I don't. We can use the word directing, and if that makes us scared, but I'm just befuddled. We have to ask for what we want and how to improve the system, and I don't think this is anything other than what we do every day when we're at this council, asking somebody to model, somebody to do something, somebody to look at this, whether it be federal government, state government, tribal government, whatever, or the public. And so I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion? Not seeing any. Am I correct? Then I will call the question on the motion as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
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 Thank you. What I heard is a no vote from Mr. Ugoretz, abstentions from Ms. Kiefer, Ms. Mattis, Mr. Wolf. The remainder were in favor of the motion. The motion passes. Thank you. And with that, go back to our check-in. Kelly, we'll give people a chance for any last discussion, but first let's review the tasks. How are we doing?
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. You have completed Council Task Number 1, as well as Council Task Number 2. I did have a question earlier during the situation summary overview, and then later with a report from Mr. Wolf. He highlighted this Federal Register notice that seeks input from the public, which could include the council. I think there had been some discussion about whether the council member letter that you just voted on should also be submitted to that Federal Register data call. So just seeking some clarification there, if you would also like that letter to go in response to the Federal Register notice.
All right, at this point, it's directed to the Secretary of Commerce. John Ugoretz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely not. And if somebody wants to make that motion, we can discuss it.
All right. So far, the intent is not to, or as Mr. Ugoretz stated, not to send it in as part of the Federal Register notice. Other thoughts here? People in agreement with that? Do we need to discuss it a little more? Rebecca Lent?
Thanks. Just make sure I understand. We're talking about the council member's letter. As drafted, it is to Secretary Lutnick.
That's correct.
And that has been adopted.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
And the question now is, would you like it also to be included as part of the Federal Register notice submitted through that process? It's already going to Secretary Lutnick and Mr. Soler, Assistant Administrator. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. This is actually a question for council staff. Has the council before submitted documentation to the Federal Register? How often do we do that? And if so, what kind of materials were submitted?
Executive Director Burden, and then Ryan Wolf, I see your hand is up. We'll come to you, but first question to the Executive Director.
Yeah, just a couple of remarks. Periodically, we do submit comments in response to calls to the public for public comments. It's my opinion we are not a member of the public. We have statutory responsibilities. It's also my opinion that the letter and direction we receive from the Secretary is the place for the council to respond. So I think it's that all of this is in response to the executive order. That would be my opinion as your Executive Director.
Ryan Wolf.
Yes, thank you. And of course, I'm here to defer to the council on how it wants to respond. I just wanted to highlight that there is a number of things that were put in the motion and put in this letter that I think are very consistent with items that we are soliciting input in the Federal Register. I'd also note the last paragraph on the first page of Henio's letter to the council specifically references the Federal Register notice and encourages the councils to comment on the notice to the extent possible within the time frame. So that is part of the request also from NIMS, was to have the councils to consider commenting on this Federal Register notice. So that is something we don't always do explicitly ask the councils to do during a Federal Register notice open comment period, but have done in this case. So just wanted to explain that for the sake of your discussion. Thanks.
Christus Svensson.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm confused. So I'm just going to ask a clarifying question, and hopefully I'm the only one that's confused. We now have two letters. Are we talking about the first letter, or are we talking about the second letter in terms of Federal Register?
I will turn to Kelly Ames because she asked the question. I have a suspicion which it is, but Kelly, please clarify.
Thanks, Chair Hassemer. I was specifically referring to the council member letter that you had addressed to Secretary Lutnick with a CC to Mr. Salar. There was a discussion previously about whether that letter could also be viewed in response to the Federal Register notice that is in your supplemental materials.
Is that clear?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I look at the call for information, there's several fairly specific bullets. While elements of some of these bullets are certainly, I think, mentioned in the council member letter, I think that it's just not a cut and paste into the Federal Register. If the council goes that direction, I think there need to be some more reorganization, perhaps even some more specificity relative to some of those bullets to really meet the nature of the call.
All right. Ryan, your hand was still up. Also, Christus Svensson. Did you have something additional, Ryan?
Sorry about that.
All right. Christus Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think in terms of the council member letter, I would be more comfortable not including it in the Federal Register. I think it is really a lot of information, but it is not directly tied specifically to what the requests are, whereas the first letter is. I will also note the first letter we had, with the exception of abstentions, many more council members that were on board with the content of that letter, and it is directly in alignment with it. I do think that it is important to send the letter to the appropriate parties and continue with raising awareness about all of the issues that are being faced by seafood and fisheries collectively, meaning not just commercial, but recreational, charter, everyone. But that is my initial inclination. Of course, people can convince me here on the floor, but I think my leaning at this point would be to not include it.
Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Chair. As someone who has had to respond to a lot of comments from the Federal Register, the things that you're asking for comments about has rarely limited what people tell you to respond about. So I don't think that we need to be like super beholden to what the set of questions were asked there. The response in general is to the executive order, and Ryan just said to that Henio's cover letter or whatever. Ryan, I don't know what you were referring to, but he said that there was another letter that suggested that council specifically reach out in response to that. So I think that there are a number of places where we were invited to share additional comment. The agency may or may not respond, and the Secretary of Commerce may or may not respond to any of this, but I don't think that we're hiding anything by not submitting it to the Federal Register. I would love to hear what people fear might happen with submitting it to the Federal Register, but when we're ready for it, I'm happy to make a motion to add it there so that we can vote on it. Thank you.
Rebecca Lynn.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, in both cases, I assume the letter will be in the public record. The question is it a different kind of public record? Is it easier to get to this letter if we submit it to the Federal Register? I'm also very interested in which destination is more likely to get us some kind of a written response. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And there were some questions there. Ryan Wolf, you have your hand up. If you're answering those, go ahead.
Yeah, this time I'm correctly using the hand function. So yes, in response to a couple of those comments, and Asia is correct, right? If you look at the, well, first of all, in response to Mr. Mills, I was referencing just Henio's May 6th letter, that's attachment 3. It references the future Federal Register notice, which is now supplemental attachment 6. In the beginning of that Federal Register notice says specifically that NOAA is launching an agency-wide effort to gather initial public input on implementation of the executive order. So as a whole, inviting feedback on fishery-related barriers, fishery management, science, and other priority needs in the order. And then we go into some specifics that we're looking for input on. But yes, you are correct, Mr. Miller. This does not mean we are only looking for input on those sub-bullets. We are looking at feedback on all of those broad issues as connected to the executive order. And then that's why Henio referenced the councils could comment on that and encourage them to do so. In his May 6th letter, that's also referencing the separate item where he does want a council response that is very specific to the unified agenda and tied more to the template and the matrix. So I hope that's clarifying based on the discussion and questions.
Thank you for that explanation, Ryan. Other discussion? Not sure exactly where we are on submitting this as Asia Shumalo.
Thank you. I'm happy to make a motion if folks would like to record their preference.
Go ahead.
Officially. I will wing it. I move that the council submit. I could use some help on how to refer to it. The council member letter, to the executive order Federal Register notice. In response, sorry. Perhaps add seafood competitiveness in front of executive order.
Ellie, can be of assistance here?
Thanks, Chair Hassemer. Ms. Shamillo, I think you could also reference supplemental attachment 6, which has the Federal Register notice to which you're speaking.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think that covers it.
And I'm not going to pull it up, but attachment 6, that Federal Register notice is in response to that specific seafood competitiveness. I mean, there's many executive orders. Okay. So Asia, it's your motion yet? Is what's on the screen accurate, complete?
Thank you. That will work.
All right. Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Rebecca Lent. Please speak to your motion as needed.
Thank you, Chair. I don't need to say much here, but I appreciate the additional context that Ryan provided. So thank you, Ryan, for describing the broader intent of the Federal Register notice and the call for information from the councils.
Thank you. Any questions for clarification on this? Not seeing any questions. Discussion on the motion? Not seeing any discussion. Hang on. John Ugoretz.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I've got to say that I'm baffled at where we are going with this. This council was asked to submit additional information. While I disagree with the information that we agreed, or at least some of you agreed to submit, we are submitting that directly to the Secretary of Commerce. I don't see a need or a purpose in additionally submitting the exact same information to the Federal Register. I feel that it starts placing this council in the role of the general public. And if we want that role, we might as well not be a council. We serve to do our duties that provide the information on things we have been charged with completing. We get amazing input from our advisory bodies and the public. We consider that input and we make recommendations on how to move forward with fisheries management. Separately, we were tasked by the president to respond to an executive order, which we have done or will be doing shortly. And we were requested through discussion with representatives of National Marine Fisheries Service to provide more information, which we are now planning to do as well. I cannot and will not support moving forward with also submitting this to a Federal Register notice that we really have no role in.
Thank you, John. For Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Chair. John, I appreciate your comments. I do just want to add again that we heard wide support from our advisory bodies from across the spectrum that the concepts included in this letter were important to them to share. And so it makes sense to me to share them in as many ways that can be tracked. If we submit it directly to the Secretary of Commerce, there's no guarantee that it will be attached to the executive order. This way it gets attached directly to it, and I would love to see it go there. I do not see the harm in submitting it, and I'll vote in support. Well, yeah, it's my motion, so thanks. Of course, I'll vote in support of it.
Brad Penninger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Asmer. I'm going to go with John here on this one. I think it's. I get where he's going, and I agree with that. I think that people in the advisory bodies want to submit information, they can. But I get there's the relationship. He's kind of spelled it out here, and I'm inclined to go with John. I won't be supporting this motion.
Okay, John, your hand is up. Did you have additional discussion?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, since it's been said multiple times that there was broad support for these actions and information in the letter, sure, there was broad support. We often have broad support for items that this council doesn't necessarily agree with. The simple fact that a lot of people want to do something doesn't always make it the right thing for us to do as a council. Again, I still disagree with the letter itself. And certainly, as I said, given our role, submitting it to the Federal Register.
Further discussion? Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. I'm just going to bring this up because I just want to be sure I'm capturing the nuance here. We've agreed to send the letter, and now we're talking about whether we send it, directly to the Secretary of Commerce and through the public portal, and what, how that comes across in our role as a council. And I appreciate that. If I'm understanding that's what we're talking about here. Then when I go back to attachment 3, where this is the letter to the executive directors of the regional management councils, and then go down to the bottom and the reference to the Federal Register, and to the value of the input of the councils, and encourage the councils to comment on the notice to the extent possible within the time frame, and that they will provide an update on the public comments to inform efforts to implement the EO. And that's where I I don't know if I'm being very literal. This is where we're being asked to provide our comment, and maybe missing some of the nuance about why that is not a good idea. Thank you.
Jamie Dimon and then Brad Penninger, but I don't know if I should clarify. The first step, the council has directed staff to finalize this letter and send it to the Secretary of Commerce and CC Mr. Soler. That piece is done. Now it's this open or opportunity to comment on a Federal Register request. So Jamie first, then Brad.
Correct. Thank you, Chair Hasmer. I was going to just kind of distinguish what you just said, but also echo that it's that Mr. Soler explicitly asked for it. So yeah, I have the same kind of, I feel like I must be missing something because I'm reading what he's asking and I'm just trying to understand the nuance that, and being the new guy at the table here, maybe I'm just struggling with the difference because it's explicitly asked for.
Let me make sure. So John Ugeritz has your hand up, but I had Brad Pettinger in the queue first. Brad, then John.
Yeah, I think kind of a parable here might be put things into context. We're the council, and we have the equivalent of the cell phone to the Secretary of Commerce, and we're asking. Sounds to me, and we're going to do that. We're going to call them, but we're also going to call up the Secretary of Commerce on their public line and get in line with everybody else. We've already got the straight connection. Why are we going through? I don't understand what the purpose of the register notice is when the information is already getting to the people that asked for it. That's kind of my. That's the way I see this. So anyway, I'll stop.
Thank you. John Ugeritz.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And in addition to what Mr. Pettinger just said, I point not to what was requested to us in the Secretary's letter, but what was presented to us in our briefing book and how this council member letter was described in the situation summary, which is as sending a letter to Secretary Lutnick. It does not say in the briefing book that the proposal of this council member letter was to have it be responsive to the Federal Register notice. Had we discussed that, I think some of the votes on that letter might have been different, but it's not what we voted on. And so we're looking at a different thing now, and council staff have raised the question, and now we have a motion asking us to also do something quite different than what was asked of us. And I do not think it's appropriate. Honestly, I think we are looking like fools, and we should just stop this now.
Right. Thank you for that. We have a motion on the floor. So that is expressing the council's intent here. In response to what John said about the notice and the situation summary, there is a Federal Register notice for comment. There is nothing, my understanding is there is nothing that to prevent us from commenting on that. So we can move in that direction, but I stand to be corrected if that is not correct. Corey Ridings?
Thanks, Chair. I hesitate to belabor this. I'm just thinking about the question I actually asked earlier, how often the council submits things through the Federal Register. And I was reflecting on Mr. Pettinger's comments about sort of a direct line versus a public line, and I appreciate that. That's helpful to think about this. So I'm thinking to just like a few things that I happen to know. I think we submit like our marine planning letters. Those go to the Federal Register. And I'm just wondering if council staff would be willing to provide a little more texture or information about the types of letters that we have submitted to the Federal Register, just to get a better sense if this fits in that category.
Executive Director Burton.
Yes, thank you. Let's see, as I think back on the letters we've sent in to various agencies over the years since I've been ED, the most frequent set of letters that we were sending over that time period were in response to wind energy. And those letters, as I recall, responded to both direct requests to us, and then I think there were also public calls for comment periods. And we responded to those public calls for information because we didn't have a statutory responsibility in that case. We were commenting directly to BOEM as through their public call. There are other types of letters that we send on EFH quite regularly, and we are statutorily obligated to comment on other agency actions that may affect EFH. And sometimes it's difficult to figure out what the angle is to get our comments across, but we have often, at least since I've been around, tried to direct those directly to the head of the agency. So it's a mix, and it depends on what our role is in that issue that's being debated and whether we have the statutory hook or not. Does that help your question, Ms. Ratings?
Thank you. Other discussion? Asia Shumlo.
Thanks. I'll also add one last thing from my personal experience with other councils too. But when I was in New England, for example, there were times when the agency had published a Federal Register notice for rulemaking, and the council wrote in to comment directly to the agency on the rulemaking itself to talk through something that they saw written in the rule. So I don't think that there is a bounds for it's the Federal Register, it's open public comment. And so truly any entity can submit information to it, and then the agency gets to choose what to do with it. So again, I don't see the harm here, but I respect everybody's right to disagree with me.
John Ugoretz.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And to be clear, I'm not saying that this council can't submit information to Federal Register notices. I'm saying that in this case, we shouldn't. We have a direct line with an open door to send a letter that, regardless of whether I agree with its contents, is being sent. And we should avail ourselves of that open door and not belabor the issue by submitting it somewhere else where it's really not within what we're trying to do. When I was pointing to the briefing book, I was pointing to how this council was reviewing information presented to us, not stating that that prevented us from doing something. But again, the discussion surrounding the letter was based on what we thought its intent was. And I'm somewhat baffled as to where we are right now, but obviously I don't support this.
All right, thank you. I've heard a lot of discussion, people expressing either their support or non-support for this item. I don't know if there's more information that could come forward that would help you in making that decision. Unless there's other discussion here, I'm going to go ahead and call the question on this. The motion is before you. I think it's very clear. Should the council submit this to that Federal Register notice? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
Executive Director Burden, would you please do a roll call vote on this motion?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, just give me one moment here. Okay, we almost got through the meeting without a roll call vote. Let's see, I'm working from voting sheet number 1. The motion reference here is H2 number 3, which was originally moved by Ms. Asia Shumalo. Starting from the top, John Ugaretz.
No.
Rebecca Lent.
Yes.
Ryan Wolf.
Abstain.
Butch Smith.
Yes.
Brad Pittenger.
No.
Jamie Dimond.
No.
Corey Ridings.
Yes.
Heather Hall.
Yes.
Krista Svensson.
No.
David Sones.
No.
Lynn Mattis.
Abstain.
Asia Shumalo.
Yes.
Sharon Kiefer.
No.
And Mr. Chairman, you have the opportunity to cast the tie-breaking vote. You do not necessarily need to cast it.
Chair votes yes.
Okay, the motion passes.
Thank you. With that, Kelly, you started this off with a question about any place else you want to send the letter? Or how are we doing here?
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. Your work on this agenda item is done.
All right, thank you. With that, I'm going to close out this agenda item. I need to do a time check here. I think it's been about an hour and a half since we've come back. Let's take a 10-minute break. When you come back, Vice Chair Smith will have the gavel, and we will proceed with our fiscal matters.
Bye.
All right. Think we got everybody here that's going to be here, and I hope you went out and got a lunch. We have a clarification before we go to administrative matters. Executive Director?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman and council members, and my sincerest apologies about this remark I'm about to make. I don't think we needed to make the other agenda item any more difficult, but turns out I did the tally incorrectly. I mistakenly put Ms. Sharon Kiefer in as an abstention, and her vote was a no. So the vote actually failed. And even though Mr. Hassemer voted, that brought it to a tie, and a tie vote fails. So my apologies for that that confusion. Our record is clear. There's nothing more for us to do, but just want everyone to have that clarity.
Thank you, Mr. Director, for the clarification. I don't think there's any questions that need to be, but if there is, any questions on that? All right, without further ado, we'll go into administrative matters. Fiscal matters, and I see that Patricia is sitting there eagerly waiting, ready to go, and Brad. But Brad, you're on the next item down, so I know you're used to running the show, but you retired. Just kidding, Brad. No, you're going to get to speak, but on the next item down. So, thank you, Patricia.
All right. The Budget Committee met on September 20th to consider a status update on canceled administrative grants, proposed calendar year 2025 operational budget, the 2024 audit results, and a preliminary proposed 2026 provisional budget, and considered forecast for future budget outlook. The materials for this agenda item is the Budget Committee agenda, the Executive Director's report to the committee, and then we also have the Budget Committee report.
Okay, any questions? So, next one is, and I don't know if it's been announced formally, but our former chair is the chair of the Finance Committee, Brad Penninger. Thank you very much for doing that, sir. So you and Patricia have the next item down.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. With that, I'll turn to Patricia Herring to read the Budget Committee report into the record. Patricia?
Thank you. This is agenda item I-1A, Supplemental Budget Report 1, September 2025. National Marine Fisheries Service, West Coast Region, Sustainable Fisheries Division Budget Update. Mr. Ryan Wolf informed the committee that the council funds have been distributed for 2025, and this has amounted to the distribution of all expected funding for the year. Substantial uncertainty exists for 2026, with the recently released House budget proposing a 40% cut to the National Marine Fisheries Service. The next few weeks should bring clarity to the 2026 outlook as Congress continues to deliberate the 2026 budget. Executive Director's Report. Mr. Merrick Burden provided the committee with an assessment of existing budget concerns, the status of funding, and expenditures through August 31st. The council received approximately $4.9 million from its administration grant for the calendar year 2025. This is the amount that was expected at the end of 2024 and adds to funds that has already been received related to the no-cost extension and funds for special projects. As part of the Executive Director's report, the committee received a proposed staff budget for calendar year 2025 of approximately $5.9 million, which is a reduction from the adopted provisional budget of $6.4. This proposed operational budget includes utilizing $2.2 million of no-cost extension funds, approximately $900,000 in special project funds, and $2.8 million from the administrative grant. Based on the updated budget, funds remaining at the end of the year will be approximately $1.2 from the special projects funds and $2.1 from the administrative grant. Mr. Burden spoke to the calendar year 2025 operational budget and noted this budget included an in-person council meeting in November and 2 filling vacant staff officer position in calendar year 2025. The CY 2026 draft provisional budget is based on council's planned programming for the next year, which includes 5 in-person council meetings, 16 staff,
state liaison contracts, and continued implementation of matters previously taken up under the Council Efficiencies agenda items. The 2024 audit results were reviewed, and it was noted that the audit complies with the federal audit standards, and there were no non-compliance issues identified. Budget Committee discussion on activities. Mr. Brad Pettinger was elected to serve by the Budget Committee to serve as chair for the next year. The BC will consider the vice chair position at the next meeting. The committee discussed the 2025 operational budget. It was noted there was little ability to influence the council expenditures for the balance of the year, given it is relatively late in the year and funding has been expended or committed. Two matters are in the council's control that can influence expenditures for the year include the format of the November council meeting and whether when to backfill the vacant staff officer position. The BC agreed that the staff proposal for the plan for an in-person council meeting as well as staff proposal to backfill the vacant staff position. The BC therefore supports the proposed calendar year 2025 operational budget of $5,926,899. If revenue concerns arise, I think there's a typo. The BC indicated that the executive director should use his discretion in hiring a new staff officer. The committee discussed the 2026 budget as presented and requested at the November 2025 provisional budget documents provide additional scenarios for planning based on current expectations. Budget Committee recommendations. Recommend a calendar year 2025 operational budget of $5,926,734, providing guidance that the executive director has discretion on timing of filling the vacant staff officer position if uncertainties exist. Plan a November 2025 Budget Committee meeting to provide input on the CY26 provisional budget. And the number in the recommendations is the correct number. And we can update the report higher up. That concludes.
All right. Thank you, Patricia. And with that, Mr. Vice Chair Smith, I turn the report over to you. So,
thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, Patricia. Are there any questions of the report? Dr. Lent.
Thank you. With a cucumber in my mouth, I apologize.
I hear that's going to happen a lot, I think.
The staff position we're referring to in this report, is that the HMS?
I appreciate the question, Mrs. Lent. Well, if you have thoughts to the contrary, please let me know. But where my head is at the moment is that we do have a vacant staff officer position. A lot of folks have linked that to Kit Dahl's retirement and have logically said, well, maybe that's the HMS position. We have Carrie Griffin playing that role now. We also have had many retirements here over the last couple of years, one of whom was our longtime economist. And as I look around at the sort of the position of this administration, the direction that you all are headed at the year at a glance and the issues that you have coming down the pike, and some other statements you've made about the desire for more social science, my intention is to fill that position with someone who has some expertise in economics and social science. Sorry, I don't have a cucumber, but I have other lunch problems. Someone with some expertise in economics and social science. So that's where my head is at the moment.
Dr. Lent.
Thank you for that clarification. And I just want to again reiterate how much the folks working on HMS and the FIW really appreciate contractor Katie Westfall. She's doing a tremendous job, and I hope that she can be kept on with the budget as planned. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. I'm also a big fan of Ms. Westfall's, and we do have the budget through 26, good chunk of 26 contemplates keeping her as a contractor.
Any other comments? I would like to say, oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Chair. Just whenever it's appropriate after comments, I do have a motion.
I would just like to make one comment, and then I'd like to say that, you know, we last few years have been some trying times to keep this council funded and keep what we do. And I think there's a big thank you to the budget committee which Chairman Pete was chairman, I think of, and Brad and everybody that worked on that, Patricia, and a big kudos to our executive director. I'm not saying we're out of these hard times, but they seem to be a little bit better, and there's a little more light through the end of the tunnel. So I want to thank you guys personally for that, and I know the other council members do too, and appreciate the hard work and brain power that went into doing what you guys did to get us through. So thank you for all that hard work. And now, Ms. Sharon, you have the floor.
Mr. Vice Chair, I do have a motion. If the Tower of Power could pop that up. I move the council adopt a final calendar year 2025 operation budget of $5,926,734 as recommended in Agenda Item I-1A Supplemental Budget Committee Report 1, which includes planning for an in-person November 2025 meeting and also providing guidance that the executive director has discretion on the timing of filling the vacant staff officer position, particularly if budget uncertainties exist.
Sharon, does your motion on the screen reflect what you said and accurate?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, it does.
Okay. Can I get a second to that motion, please? Pete Asmer seconds the motion. You want to speak to your motion, please?
Mr. Vice Chair, I am not a member of the Budget Committee, but I did attend the Budget Committee. A good, robust discussion. Very good news to hear that we had received the final funding allocation. And I felt that the recommendation to, we've been operating under a provisional calendar year 2025 budget. So it was a reasonable expectation to finalize our 2025 operational budget. We were all happy to hear the recommendation for a full in-person November meeting, and certainly hope to see movement soon on the new staff members. So that speaks to my motion.
Okay. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none. Any council discussion? All right, seeing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. And that closes, I'm sorry. Patricia, have we completed our work?
You have, and I'll see you in November.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to pass the gavel to our chair, Mr. Hassemer. You have it, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for that work. Give me an opportunity to get the lettuce and tomatoes off my papers here. We are going to move on with agenda item I-2, approval of the meeting record. And that's just me, so look around and see if there's anything here. Takes a motion. Sharon Kiefer.
Mr. Chairman, when the time is appropriate, I have a motion.
This is the appropriate time.
There we go. I move the council approve the council meeting record for the 282nd session, June 2025.
Thank you. That language on the screens appears accurate, complete?
Yes.
Agree. Is there a second to it? Seconded by Brad Pettinger. Speak to your motion as needed.
We heard no alternative edits or comments regarding the record. So my intent is I believe we should adopt it.
All right. Any questions on it? Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. That completes our action under that item. So we will just go ahead and move on to membership appointments and council operating procedures, agenda item I3. I will turn it over to Kelly Ames. Kelly.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. Council members, this is agenda item I3, membership appointments and changes to council operating procedures. Excuse me. Relative to council officers, members, and designees, this seems like old news now, but did want to just acknowledge that the Department of Commerce appointed Jamie Dimon to the at-large seat and reappointed Pete Hassemer to the obligatory seat. These two fine council members will serve through August 10th, 2028. Also noting update to the roster that the Department of State representative is now Colin Brinkman. That's in your briefing materials, attachment 1. We also had some changes to the United States Coast Guard representation on the council. Rear Admiral Avani is the new agency principal, and Scott McGrew has replaced Commander Ettinger as the first designee. For standing committees, the legislative and budget committees, Mark Gorelnick concluded his council appointment, and he was previously appointed to these committees. The council may wish to provide input on the chair's appointments to these committees. At the budget committee meeting, Brad Pettinger was appointed as the chair of the budget committee. For council advisory body appointments, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel 1 tribal position, the council received an application from Steve Hines that was in closed session A1 attachment 1. For the Habitat Committee, just some updates to your roster. Former chair Pettinger appointed Kate Sherman to the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission seat, and he also appointed Victor Alameda to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife seat on the Habitat Committee. Relative to the Scientific and Statistical Committee, 1 at-large position, Dr. Tommy Moore resigned his at-large position on the SSC effective following the September council meeting. As requested by the council in June, staff advertised for the position to facilitate consideration and appointments at this meeting. The following individuals applied for the at-large position on the SSC. We had Dr. Shu, however, that appointment was withdrawn. So the remaining nominee was Dr. Aaron Berger, which was in closed session A1 attachment 3. In the situation summary, we have a table that summarizes the vacancies on council advisory bodies and ad hoc groups. Just want to highlight there are several vacancies on the salmon technical team and encouraging agencies to bring forward nominees in November, since those folks have a lot of work on their horizon to set the annual harvest specifications. Relative to council operating procedures, we have 2 proposed edits for your consideration. For Council Operating Procedure 20, which is the protocol for exempted fishing permits for the highly migratory species, at its June 2025 meeting, the council tasked the FEW with proposing near-term focus edits to COP 20 regarding the timing when EFP proposals would be reviewed, proposed to be changed to November and March, providing the opportunity for the council to make recommendations on EFP applications at a single meeting, and accepting EFP applications for council review at either of the 2 proposed meetings. The few recommended edits to COP 20, which are contained in your briefing book, in those, some of them go beyond the council discussion from June, but aim to improve process clarity and efficiency. Some of these edits could create inconsistencies with other COPs. If the council adopts the few recommended edits at this meeting, staff could prepare final revisions to ensure consistency across all COPs for future adoption. Relative to COP 27, the process for initiating allocation reviews, staff have proposed changes to the groundfish and Pacific halibut sections of COP 27 based on 2 recently completed council actions in June 2025, including the limited entry fixed gear actions and the intersector allocation review. Regarding limited entry fixed gear, the council recommended removing the outdated Amendment 6 language from the FMP, which specified how to allocate between limited entry and open access fisheries in favor of having a policy that promotes giving limited entry vessels greater flexibility. COP 27 notes that the Amendment 6 allocations were mostly superseded by Amendment 21 and the current framework for allocations, and therefore staff proposed striking this row to be consistent. Staff also identified needed changes to identify the species by allocation type, eliminate references to specific review years, terminology for off-the-top deductions and set-asides, and the inclusion of in-season flexibility that was incorporated into the 2024 and beyond Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan. Council tasks under this agenda item. Number 1, provide feedback regarding chair's appointments to the upcoming vacant positions on the Budget and Legislative Committees. Number 2, appoint a tribal GAP member. Number 3, appoint an at-large SSC member. Number 4, consider tasking staff with incorporating all or some of the few proposed edits to Amendment 20. And number 5, adopt revisions to COP 24. You have several materials in your briefing book relative to support action under this agenda item. I'd be happy to take any questions about the agenda item overview.
All right, thank you, Kelly. And on number 5, I think you mentioned COP 24, COP 27, that clarification, but any other questions on the overview? Not seeing any then, we'll go into our reports. We have a couple. First, I believe Mr. Josh Madeira is going to give us an overview of Attachment 3. Josh, are you with us? I can see Josh is online. Is he connected as a panelist? All right, maybe you can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Josh.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for that. So yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Josh Madeira. I'm the conservation rep on the HMSAS and also co-chair of the Fisheries Innovation Working Group. So I'll provide a brief report here on attachment number 3, which relates to the COP 20 changes for EFPs for highly migratory species. As you may recall from the June meeting, we did have discussion about some of the near-term COP 20 changes that the few recommended. Oh, that'd be great if you can put that on the screen. Thank you. The near-term changes, as well as the timeline and work plan for the few to bring back more comprehensive recommendations that address the broader suite of issues related to the HMS roadmap. So we are going to just focus today just on the near-term recommendations, which have been sort of also known as sort of the more surgical edits related to those items that Kelly outlined above, and I'll just mention again here briefly. So in August, the few did meet to consider these changes, and we have developed this document that you now have on the screen in front of you. So taking this document from Section C here, paragraph 1, these contain the 3 main changes that the few is recommending and that the council has asked us to provide the technical edits on. As Kelly mentioned, the first part of the change involves changing the timing from the current consideration of EFPs in June and September to a November and March timeline. And again, this is intended to allow fishermen to work with NOAA and with the council, ideally to be able to submit those EFPs for the next fishing season that year, rather than having to wait until the whole next year. Secondarily, the changes represented in this paragraph also allow consideration of EFPs in a one meeting process if warranted. So this would allow similar EFPs that have been approved in the past or otherwise non-controversial could be considered more quickly. And then third, this paragraph makes some changes to allow any applicant to bring an EFP proposal to the council at either of the two designated meetings, which now would be designated as November and March. So again, these were the primary changes that we were tasked with that we brought back or bringing back to the council today for your consideration. As noted by Kelly, we did include other additional edits in this first round of COP recommendations. These are suggested changes that help to better capture the broader HMS EFP process and more accurately reflect both the NIMS process and council consideration of EFPs. And just to give you a sense of that, there are a number of edits throughout this document that reflect now where NOAA has appropriate authority because they ultimately approve and deny the EFPs, whereas the council makes recommendations. In addition, there's other edits which clarify up earlier in the document, but we can just keep it here on the screen, that EFP applicants can be considered, that EFP applicants can be accepted by NOAA at any time. And again, all of these changes are just intended to facilitate more efficient near-term consideration of EFPs by the council and more broadly for NOAA and the council to better communicate the process and expectation to the stakeholders. So we did take these additional edits for consistency in the document, and there certainly are a number of other elements that we will intend to make comments on in the future and make recommendations on, but we're trying to keep it just limited to council process basically here at this point. I will just finally note the FEW is meeting the rest of this week, Thursday and Friday. We also have meetings coming in October, and we will be coming back to the council in November with updates on our progress on the whole work plan, as well as a further indication of timing of when we may come back with future recommendations with respect to future COP20 edits. And finally, I'll just note from the co-chair's perspective, we welcome the guidance of the council generally on how we can best ensure that this work that we're doing is also consistent with the other work of the council. So we'll continue to lean on the council and the council staff to help us do that. That concludes my report, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that. Questions for Mr. Madeira on that report? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Madeira. My question is in regards to a couple places that are suggested for changing where there's some wording that went from a must to a should. And for example, I'm looking at the revisions C.2, and it's talking about data collection. EFP applications should, instead of must, contain a mechanism for data collection. So I'm just curious if you could explain a little bit the FEW's discussion about those changes. One, those seem like they're important for doing exempted fishing permits generally, and important for the council to think about that when they consider permits. And additionally, also concerned about potential that we want people who are applying for this to make sure that they're putting what they need to be most likely for approval in their applications. So just making sure that we're being very clear about what they want to put in here. So thanks very much for your work on this. And yeah, curious if you could clarify for me why that wording change.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Ridings, for that question. There's a number of changes throughout this document where musts are struck out, and now there are shoulds in those places or equivalent of that. And the primary reason for this gets to one of the points I raised earlier, where the authority for some of these things is not, there's the NOAA authority because they are the ultimate authority on issuing EFPs, and the musts and shalls mostly pertain to things that NOAA does. And then there are also suggested things that the council would like to see in addition to that. So, I'd welcome if Ryan Wolf or others want to add to this, but that was the intention of trying to clarify some of these musts and shoulds.
Thank you. I believe that answered Ms. Riding's question. Any other questions on the report? And Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair. Not so much a question as a word to thank John Ugaritz and Ryan Wolf, who did a lot of the work on this editing. And I appreciate the comment raised by Ms. Corey Ridings that we did make it clear how this process works, who makes the final decision, what's the role of the council, and at what stage in the process. So I think some of these things we all need to pay attention to, whatever FMP you're interested in, because in principle, these go across the board through the special projects to other FMPs. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Other questions regarding this report? Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question, but I am one of the co-chairs, and just for sake of brevity, I will provide my comments essentially as rationale for a motion that I do have prepared on this topic.
Thank you. Anything else? Not seeing any. Thank you, Josh. Next, we have a report from the Highly Migratory Species Management Team, Amber Rhodes. Good afternoon, Amber.
Thank you, Chair, council members. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, I am Amber Rhodes, providing the HMS management team statement. The team reviewed the changes to COP 20 as proposed by the FIW and generally supports those changes, despite some of them causing misalignment with the existing and unamended language in COP 20. Specifically, proposed changes to the meeting schedule for the EFP application reviews in COP 20 do not appear to align with the existing language in Section E, paragraphs 1 and 2, on the timing of council review of EFP reports. The team discussed streamlining the reporting process with the new application review schedule. Some examples that we discussed included removing references to a 2-meeting process and allowing a single report be submitted anytime within 6 months of the conclusion of EFP activities, with council review occurring in June, as has been recent practice, or in November or March to align with the revised application review schedule. Lastly, the team understands that COP 20 is pending further revisions by the FIW and the council and would like to collaborate in the revision process where possible. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Rhodes on the management team report? And there are no questions here. Thank you, Amber. Next, we have the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel report. Mike Conroy. Welcome back, Mike.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, council members. Mike Conroy here. I'm the vice chair of the HMSAS, and I'm going to present a very brief summary of our report on agenda item I3, membership appointments and council operating procedures. The AS recommends the council, 1, adopt the HMS Fisheries Innovation Workgroup changes to COP 20 as outlined in agenda item I3 attachment 3. We also recommend and encourage the FEW to review the input obtained from stakeholders during the June 2024 HMS workshop and to solicit further input from stakeholders as needed. And lastly, while accepting the membership appointments for the Coast Guard and the State Department, we wanted to be sure to recognize the dedication and productive contributions of retiring State Department Representative to the Council, Dave Hogan. And for a rationale behind all 3 of our recommendations, it's included our written report, and I will assume that if you have any questions on those, you can ask, but I won't cover those here now. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Conroy on the advisory subpanel report? And seeing no questions, thank you, Mike. That completes our reports, takes us to public comment. I'm not showing any, but I'll get a confirmation. There is no public comment, so we can move directly into our council tasks. And first of all, I want to look around, see if there's any discussion before we start, but we'll proceed one by one through these. Marcy Yaremko.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Since it's an opportunity for discussion, I'm just noting in the situation summary the plan for should we approve edits to COP 20. Notably, that would create divergence across the council COPs, and that the suggestion here in the SITSUM is that it would be appropriate to task staff to incorporate these revisions into a final set of COP revisions to ensure clarity and consistency across all COPs. As the SITSUM reads, it says these final COPs would be brought back for final adoption at a future meeting. I'm a little concerned with the comment that I just heard Rebecca make, that it would just be an automatic. EFP processes can and do differ between FMPs for good reason. I realize that many of the changes that we're looking at in COP 20 here today are technical in nature and making corrective cleanups and bringing things up to date to be within current standards, and that's well and good, but I'm, I think, uncomfortable with kind of the assumption that we would just be adopting a one-size-fits-all for all EFPs. The groundfish EFP process and how that intersects with our specifications process is very complex and requires multiple steps. And so I just want to put that out here and now, because I'm a little concerned that there's just an assumption that that the few is speaking for all FMPs, and I don't believe that's the case. So thank you.
Thank you. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you for your concern. I'm going to just step up here for a second, based on the conversation I've had with some of the few members, certainly not all of them, but in working through this and in making these recommendations, the intent on this really has been around providing a short-term solution so that we can come back, have the full, robust discussion. This is not meant to be something that goes in perpetuity. I am prepared to speak about how we handle any derivatives, I guess I would say, for other COPs in terms of guidance I would recommend we give to our executive director and potentially our council staff. But I do not believe that it was the intention to have the few take a broad paintbrush and swipe every EFP today in this process. Now, long term, and we heard a little bit about this under agenda item H1 in terms of, hey, maybe we can take the lessons we've learned from the few and apply them to other EFP processes. We may end up through this work. And again, I'll just encourage everybody to show up tomorrow and at future few meetings to be able to take this work and apply it where applicable. I think there will always be some variations in how our EFPs work and operate, but there are also some kind of general language terms that may be beneficial, such as having an application that people apply with. So I'll pause there. I see your finger is up.
Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now I'm even more concerned. A suggestion that other teams should just dial into the few and participate in that process to ensure that their EFP processes and other FMPs will be considered by the few isn't where I think we should be going. I'm feeling like, and I'm not seeing it here on the SITSUM per se, I'm seeing that we will consider tasking staff with incorporating all or some of the few proposed revisions to COP 20, which is specific to the HMS EFPs. If there is, I'm now growing concerned that maybe we don't want to be taking those edits and just automatically plopping them into the other COPs for consideration, because the scoping process didn't involve representatives from other FMPs. So I'm just flagging that as a point of concern. And so I think the issue of whether we want to bring back other COPs for consideration at a future meeting, and whether we want staff to be spending time working on incorporating the HMS COP modifications, that's a different discussion. And I'm not seeing that as an action item under our council tasks, but I'd suggest that maybe we need to consider that separately.
Thank you. Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Chair. I'm getting concerned that we are at times duplicating efforts that are important in some places, and that we're spending a lot of time in this process. We spent a lot of time earlier on something that I don't think that we needed to spend as much time as we should have on, and I don't want to do that when we don't have to. I agree with your concerns about differences between the FMPs, but I do want to be reasonable and judicious about spending time to do things that make sense. I don't have specific comments about it right now. I just wanted to offer that additional concern to what you were mentioning. I do want to just highlight a little bit more what Krista mentioned, that we all voted on under agenda item H1 to move forward with looking at some of the potential crossover between revisions in some COPs with others. So while there are elements that differ between them, I do think that we need to look for efficiencies when we can. I'm not saying to change things that are really critical about the specifications process, for example, or how that's incorporated there. I don't think that that's ever the intent, but there are some edits here that are like clarifying authority, for example, that are really easy to cross over without spending a lot of time rehashing across our advisory body groups at high cost to our entire process. So I just want to air that there. I think we're trying to tend towards being more efficient. And so I want to reserve concern for where it matters, and at other points when efficiency is possible, let it go. Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Director Burden wants to weigh in, then Rebecca Lynn. Executive Director Burden.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of trying to help clarify some of our thinking as staff when we were looking at this, and some of the language that made its way into the SITSUM that you just referenced, Mr. Remco, we used the word consistency. And as we were talking about that internally, we were mostly talking about consistency of terminology. And so I fear we may have confused the issue a little bit. I do think the issues that you've raised are really germane to what we're trying to do with our special projects, which is what can we learn from the few and translate that in some way over to our other FMPs and become more efficient. And so as I look at the year at a glance here over the next few meetings, we have a place in April where I think having that conversation makes sense, where we can bring back something that might be a side-by-side where it says, here are our different EFP processes, here's what we've learned from the few, and is there a way to translate that to CPS and groundfish, for example. So maybe that thinking helps, just to think how we would step through this and to clarify what we were thinking when we thought of the term consistency.
Rebecca Lynn.
Thank you, Chair, and I apologize for starting this brush fire. My intent was that there are certain things like it's not experimental, it's exempted. It's not must, it should. It's not application, it's proposal. Those types of things. And I just wanted to flag it because in our discussions in the few, as I recall, there was an admission that, yeah, this is something that really needs to be updated in the other COPs, but certainly not the HMS folks going to be doing that. So thank you for raising the issue, and I apologize for leading us down this trail, but good that we're talking about it. Thank you, Chair.
Right. Thank you. Marcy Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Taking this discussion on its face, I appreciate that what we might see in an upcoming set of proposed revisions to other COPs would be, if I'm understanding correctly, would be completely technical, clarifying changes for consistency and accuracy. Is that what I'm understanding?
I will look to either the executive director or Kelly for confirmation on that. Kelly?
Thanks, Mr. Remco. Can you repeat your question?
So, as I understand it, we want to build efficiencies. We want to take what was done in this few review process and apply it to other COPs to bring them, to make them consistent, using consistent terminology, making other technical changes that are necessary. I don't know how else to explain it, but are not changes to content or process. I guess is where I'm trying to understand, because I'm hearing things that I'm comfortable with what I've heard around the table in terms of discussion and intent, that we bring the other COPs up to snuff. But again, I want to make sure that we aren't embarking on a more comprehensive or holistic review of each EFP process until we have an opportunity to receive that side-by-side comparison that you reference later next year.
Kelly?
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Remco, you've got it right.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Any other maybe higher level discussion items here before we start into our task list? And not seeing any, then let's proceed starting at the top. The first is getting feedback from the council on chair's appointments. We had vacant positions on the budget committee. Mr. Brad Pettinger was serving on the budget committee by virtue of his prior position as chair of the council, no longer being chair. He wasn't on the committee, but I've asked him to, would like to ask him to sit on that committee to fill the Oregon seat then that he was also sitting in there. And there was a position vacated by Mr. Mark Gorelnik, who was termed out in his council duties, and I have asked Jamie Dimon to step in and fill that seat on the budget committee. So I just want to look around and see if everybody is good with those appointments. And the other one is the legislative committee. And again, there was a vacancy created there with the expiration of Mr. Gorelnik's service. At this point, I looked over the composition of the legislative committee, and I would like to leave it as it is. We have a good number of very good people serving on that. I don't feel it's necessary to task any other council members with serving on that committee unless there's a great desire for someone to do that. But at this point, I will leave the budget committee as it's currently populated and as it shows in our roster, if that's okay. And looks like we're okay to proceed in that direction, so I thank you for that. Second item, point one tribal gap member. Kelly Ames had covered that in the situation summary, so what have we here on that? David Sones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a motion. I think Kelly's prepared for me to nominate the tribal seat. If we could have that up.
All right, we're ready for that motion.
Thank you. Okay, I move the council appoint Mr. Steve Hines to the tribal position on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel.
All right, that's pretty easy. It all looks accurate and complete.
Yes.
Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Sharon Kiefer. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this is a good choice. We had a hard time finding somebody that was seriously interested in this, but Mr. Hines brings a lot of experience for his age. He's fished in Alaska in the pollock fisheries, fished in our tribal longline and hake fisheries, and has a good knowledge of the groundfish issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the motion? Discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. Call a question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, David. Next is one at-large SSC member, Sharon Kiefer.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make an appointment, and I believe Kelly has a motion.
I believe you might have a motion.
Well, I have. There we go. I move the council appoint Dr. Aaron Berger to the at-large position on the Scientific and Statistical Committee.
And again, that looks accurate and complete.
Yes, it does.
Is there a second? Seconded by Lynn Mattis. Speak to your motion as needed.
I put my glasses on for that. Mr. Chairman, I believe Dr. Berger will be a valuable addition. He's had prior service on the SSC. He brings a diversity of experience, including stock assessment, bioeconomic models, and is known as a great communicator. I also note that he served on the Joint Technical Committee for the Pacific Hake Whiting Treaty, and again, I think that's valuable experience he'll bring to the committee.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the motion? Discussion on the motion? Not seeing any, I will call the question. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Sharon. All right, we are up to number 4, the proposed revisions to Council Operating Procedure number 20. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Before we moved on to that, I have a sort of update on the vacant ODFW CPSMT position.
Sure, let's do that.
We haven't made a plan yet. We know it's vacant. We do have somebody filling in through November, and after the November meeting, we will try to develop a plan on how to fill that position permanently. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Appreciate that update. Okay, now Operating Procedure 20. Krista Svensson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion when the folks in the back are ready.
There it is on the screen. Go ahead.
Thank you. I move the council adopt changes found in proposal revisions to Council Operating Procedure 20, Protocol for Consideration of Exempted Fisheries Permit for Highly Migratory Species Fisheries, Agenda Item I3, Attachment 3, September 2025.
All right, that language on the screen looks accurate and complete.
Yes.
Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Rebecca Lent. Please speak to your motion.
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, I separated the motion from the guidance that was requested by council staff and our executive director because I thought it would simplify what the intention of the few was, which was to focus on HMS, EFPs, and scoping. And I'll start by saying, firstly, thanks to everyone who has been participating and working in the few meetings. for the copious amount of work that has been done at really a large number of meetings. And we did take up the council's charge to make edits to COP 20 in terms of the timing of EFP proposals reviewed, as exampled in November and March, providing the opportunity for the council to make recommendations on EFP applications in a single meeting, and accepting EFP applications for council review at either of the two meetings proposed. In doing so, there was a large amount of discussion as to whether the guidance on application submissions and requirements is clear in time for this November meeting, and if we were to stick with just the surgical approach to the COP as prescribed, if it would work for us. And though the few recognized that the additional work being undertaken by the few would, again, reopen the COP at a later date, we ultimately decided that we needed to add some additional clarifications that were necessary in interest of making the EFP process more accessible to fishermen in the short term. If this motion is adopted, it would strengthen the work we've underway with the cross FMP agenda items H1 and potentially H2. Adaptive management and council responses to executive order. I am going to put in a little bit of guidance in terms of my rationale around this, just so that we have that on the record. My recommendation would be in accepting the edits as found in attachment 3. The council shall allow staff to make editorial changes if necessary to ensure consistency with other sections of COPs and regulations. The intent of this guidance would be to take the few recommendations and apply them across the other COPs. When it comes to EFP regulations, that might include modifying the few recommendations at an editorial level rather than substance. So the intention here would be to simplify potential workload for staff and ensure consistency and clarity across the various sections of COPs, relevant regulations, and other factors. Final COPs will be brought back for final council adoption at a future meeting. And in closing, I'm looking forward to continuing to work with few members Thursday and Friday of this week so we can prepare for a substantive update on performance goals and metrics at the November council meeting. And we'll continue to discuss broader COP 20 improvements over the winter with those changes currently targeted for the March council meeting.
Thank you, Krista. Questions for clarification on the motion? Not seeing any questions. Discussion on the motion? And not seeing any hands for discussion, then I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Krista, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that I did not provide written guidance in my motion. I am curious, this is a point for our executive director, I think, if it would be beneficial to provide my comments to staff, just so you have that in writing in addition to the verbal record.
Well, they will be part of the transcripts, but Executive Director Burden?
Thank you. At the risk of answering a question with another question, I think the conversation that we had here on the floor is clear to me about what we would be intending to do as we move forward with any of the edits that we make, and that they are consistent in the form of grammar and terminology. If there's more to it that you were planning to provide via guidance, that'd be welcome, but I think I'm clear as long as everyone else here is clear, and Kelly especially.
Thank you. That was my intention, was not to go wild by any means, but just trying to simplify and make things convenient for yourself and your staff.
All right. Anything else under task number 4 there before we move on? And I'm not seeing any. So number 5, revisions to operating procedure number 27. Looking around. Jump back here. That's the process for initiating allocation reviews. Anybody willing to take a shot at this? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the council adopt the revisions to COP 27. I guess it would be as shown in I3 attachment 4.
Okay, it's fairly simple, looks accurate, complete. Okay, is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Rebecca Lent. Please speak to your motion as needed.
Just a thank you.
All right, questions regarding the motion? Questions, discussion on the motion? There's no discussion, so I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? That motion passes unanimously. And back to our task list. More importantly, back to Deputy Director Kelly Ames.
Thank you, Chair Hessemer. You have completed your actions under this agenda item. You appointed Mr. Steve Hines as a tribal representative to the GAP and Dr. Aaron Berger to the at-large seat on the SSC. Welcome those two individuals to our process. I will be sending a letter to them, but I'm sure it's a letter you will all agree with. And you also adopted the proposed revisions to COP 20 and COP 27.
All right, and give me 1 second here. Mr. Ryan Wolf.
Thanks. Sorry to take up just one more second, but since it wasn't a task, I just wanted to take a moment to comment. I appreciated the DAS noting the long-standing tenure of David Hogan. He will definitely be missed. And just to note that Mr. Colin Brinkman, looking forward to working with him also in this venue. For those that don't know, he has been an alternate head of delegation to the IATTC, working closely with me and with our delegation there. And I think he'll bring some valuable experience. And I know he's looking forward to joining an upcoming council meeting in the near term here in person. So you all will get to meet him. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we close out this agenda item, I just wanted to think ahead a little bit to November. I know we have scheduled under salmon a meeting or an agenda item to discuss the report out of the Klamath River Work Group. And just wanted to flag now here in September before we take that content and discussion up that CDFW has concerns about this work group and has, I guess, wants to maybe consider if the work is going to continue to be productive. We have some concerns on our side about continuing to staff it, some challenges there, and our ability to participate is, I think, growing more difficult. So it seemed kind of at the last meeting that progress had somewhat stalled, and it might be worth us considering, what to do looking ahead. If perhaps we're thinking about pausing the group or, anyway, just considering its future and whether we're going to continue to make progress. So Just flagging that now, looking ahead to November. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate the early notice there. No action to be taken today. Asia, I think I saw you raising your hand, and then I believe Mr. Chris German. Asia.
This is not terribly important, but I went to high school with Colin Brinkman, and we graduated together. So I just wanted to, he's like a very old friend, and it's funny to re-encounter him in Fish World now, so.
You never know where you're going to meet people. Chris German.
I just want to let you know that I passed along the HMSAS comments to Dave Hogan, and he got back to me. And in true Dave fashion, he said, "I do appreciate that. Thanks. Much better than good riddance." So that's Dave's response back. I thought you'd all appreciate his response as he's enjoying his cabin in West Virginia. So with that.
All right. Thank you. Any other comments, discussion before we close out this agenda item? Not seeing any hands, then our work is complete on this agenda item. Takes us to our final one of the day. Is everybody comfortable to just keep charging forward here? Let's do it then. So I will turn this one over to Executive Director Burden, I believe. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. This is agenda item I-4, which is future council meeting agenda and workload planning. This agenda item is intended to refine general planning for future PFMC meetings with a focus on finalizing the proposed agendas for the November 2025 meeting in Costa Mesa, California. You have a couple of attachments that are intended to help facilitate council planning. In the situation summary, we make note of both of those. That's the preliminary year-at-a-glance summary. I would add these have been updated into supplemental materials that were made available yesterday afternoon. We also have the quick reference agenda, has been updated and has been made supplemental to you. It was available yesterday afternoon. As you look at those agenda items, I know there are a few new faces around the table here, so you'll see different formats of text. Some are shaded, some are underlined, some don't have anything in particular at all. The shaded items are items that we have questions about that may be related to just our capacity to do them and to do so on the time that it is listed. The underlined items are new items since the last time you looked at these materials. So the council action here today, review pertinent information and provide guidance on potential agenda topics for future council meetings. Provide final guidance on the proposed November agenda and plans for future council meetings, and also to identify priorities for advisory body workload considerations. You have several reports per usual. You have a CPS-MT report. You have a FEW report, an HMS-MT report, a CPS-AS report, a Habitat Committee report, HMS-AS report, Ecosystem Workgroup report, an Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel report, a GMT report, and a supplemental SSC report. Happy to take any questions, Mr. Chairman. Otherwise, I'll go through the supplemental materials just to orient you to those before you take your advisory body comments.
Thank you. Let me look around. Any questions? Not seeing any. Please continue.
Okay, well, I'll first start with the supplemental year-at-a-glance summary. In November, which is right around the corner, we have about a month before the briefing book is due. A couple of things to call your attention to. Starting at the top with CPS, we do have starting stock definitions. We are looking to establish a purpose and need, a range of alternatives, and hopefully even a PPA at that meeting. You've heard a bit of conversation about this throughout the week and before this meeting. The major question there is sardine management in the California Bight area and what to do about that, and then what to do about the stock across the coast. Let's see, on groundfish, a lot of things here are related to our harvest specifications and management measures items. So you see a cluster of agenda topics related to those there. We also have a take reduction team update. We actually have a meeting planned for the take reduction team here in a little while in Vancouver, Washington, and so we do expect to have an update there if that continues to proceed. You'll see your trawl catch share program review will go final, and that does include this piece we've been referring to as diagnosis. In other words, what's happening in that program and why is it not meeting its economic potential? We have what's often referred to as Specs Flex. So this is one of our special projects. Our staff have been working diligently on this in combination with several regional staff and others as well. HMS, you have a couple of items of note. One is EFPs, either preliminary or final. You have been doing this in one step over the last little bit rather than going through two steps. HMS roadmap, we do have EFP goals and metrics, and this is related to the FEW. Both of these are related to the FEW meeting that's coming up here in a matter of hours at this point. Salmon, we start to get back into salmon agenda topics in November, looking ahead to the next year. We also have right now a couple of work group reports that are scheduled for November. But as we go through salmon, we do have the methodology review, the final report. And so at this meeting, you forwarded 2 topics for that final report. We'll also talk about the 2026 preseason management schedule. We'll have a report from the Klamath River Fall Chinook work group. Mr. Remco just made note of that. There's also a title here for the Sacramento River Fall Chinook work group. And given your action earlier this week about proceeding with a FMP amendment rather than a methodology review, I have questions about what you would like to see in terms of Sacramento River Fall Chinook discussions in November. That could be a work group report, it could be something else entirely, but just want to plant that seed in your mind here right now, and we could talk about that some more. Let's see, moving down, we do have final halibut actions in November, and then a series of other issues, habitat issues. You'll hear from the CCC update. We'll come back to council operations and priorities. So there are a few more things that we're still implementing from our committee of the whole process, and you'll hear a report and recommendations from us on that matter. And then earlier this week, which seems like ages ago, Jen Kwan and I updated you on our conversations we're having with council leadership and NIMS leadership about capacity and how to align what we're doing with available capacities going forward. So we will have a report for you there. See, as we continue through into 2026, so March, of course, is a large groundfish month as we're trying to round the corner into finalizing our groundfish specifications and management measures actions. You'll also see there's the stock assessment review report. That's the consultant that we've hired. They'll have a report available that we plan to bring in March, assuming we don't have any additional time constraints at the March agenda. We had been talking about taking up risk tables, and so we're moving that into a discussion in April that's more about risk management, and risk tables are a part of that. But given especially some of the conversations that happened this week and even leading into this week, there just appears to be a need to have a conversation about how are we incorporating risk, who does what as we manage that risk, what's the role of the council, what's the role of the SSC, what's the role of the advisory bodies. This probably even overlaps with the proposal that Mr. Niles brought to us yesterday that talks about probabilities and catch and groundfish fisheries. And then moving down, we also took action this meeting on stock definitions, and there were a few remaining actions to take so that phase 2 stock definitions, remaining species, that ends up there in March. Then moving through HMS, we do have a few matters. Let's see, I'll try to speed things up here a little bit. So HMS roadmap, EFP goals and metrics, we're looking for final there. That's shaded pending some of the work that's happening leading up to that decision. Salmon, we have a lot of work on salmon in March just to set the season. The ecosystem matters, you do have your California current ecosystem status report per usual. We have a few other things there that are shaded, like the Dynamic Ocean Management Workshop, which we're still don't have much clarity on how we will pull that together, so it's shaded. Let's see, and then moving down, one more thing to flag for you. Cross FMP, we have the socioeconomic framework. We have consultants working on that. That's one of our special projects, so you'll hear a status update on that. Moving into April on CPS, we do have this integrated survey, really looking at sardines and hake together. CPS folks will be considering that in April, and you'll see that on your agenda. We're scheduling some trawl follow-on actions and scoping for April. I know there's a lot of interest in that, and we are looking for time to schedule that on your agenda. That looks like the earliest we can do so, just giving competing agenda items, but happy to take your input on that and how we might reshuffle if that's what you want to do. We do have then this risk management topic that I alluded to here a minute ago. So we're calling this risk management framework. We have sigmas, risk tables, and other approaches. We're calling it scoping. That's sort of the best term we can come up with now. And really the intention here is to get everyone on the same page about where buffers come from, what they mean, when they're brought forward. There seems to be a lot of confusion about that, so see a need to clean some of that up. Salmon, of course, April is another big salmon meeting. We have salmon EFH, a phase 1 report shaded. We see that being a result of the EFH call for information that I mentioned in my ED report earlier this meeting. And then let's see, as we go down the April column, the final shaded item I'll call your attention to, we have this adaptive management matter with EFPs, local and traditional knowledge, if-then statements. That relates to some conversation we just had a minute ago about COP20 and how to take what we learn in HMS EFPs and whether and how we might apply those lessons learned to other FMPs. And then let's see, June, it's light because it seems like a long ways away, so we're still filling that out. And then September, we would be looking to come back and make these decision points about sardine reference points, which relates to the sardine stock definitions matter that we would be working on starting November and carrying through much of next year. Let's see, moving down September, we would be having a similar conversation about risk management and salmon in September. I think most of you are aware that there's been some work on salmon risk tables and some similar questions about what we do with those and how to incorporate those in management. And I will stop there with the year at a glance. And then let's see, just a quick overview of the quick reference agenda for November. A couple of things to flag for you. We did put a legislative committee down for Friday. That is, I think, still an open question in my mind about whether that makes sense. I think we'll try to hold that until the last minute and just see what happens. We'd start off the meeting, of course, with several committees. And then the first day, you'll hear several items of interest. Let's see, we usually have this NIMS accomplishment priorities, and that would then tee up the follow-up of the council and NIMS leadership conversations about capacity alignments. We'd have several committees still meeting on Saturday, notably groundfish, salmon, and HMS. On Sunday, we do have to sequence our advisory bodies because of hotel limitations. So our salmon people would head home, and that would give space for our CPS people to come to the meeting on Sunday. Let's see. Nothing else I think I'd feel the need to call to your attention. I would just pose the question again, which is what would you like this Sacramento discussion to be on Sunday? And that's something we get into after we go through advisory body reports. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions. I would just ask that we not get into discussion here until we've heard from our advisory bodies, but if there are questions about anything I've outlined, I'm happy to take them now.
Thank you. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Executive Director Burden, I know you were talking about holding a decision about the Legislative Committee to the last minute. For some of us, we kind of need to know a little earlier than that because we can't get to Costa Mesa by 10 a.m. So I don't want to have to change a ticket. So maybe a little earlier than last minute, maybe.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. I should be more specific. By last minute, I mean in time for the meeting invite that you usually receive, and that isn't very far away when I do the math, but we'll hold off until then, and then I'll be in touch with Mr. Oliver and Ms. Writings about whether and how to schedule that most effectively if we do need to proceed.
Other questions? Krista Svensson.
Well, not a question, but I will just take the moment to comment on that I will also be unavailable at 10 a.m. on the 14th. So it may be beneficial to look at a different date in advance of the meeting.
Okay. Vice Chair Smith.
Yeah, I do have maybe a suggestion or a thought to offer on the legislative committee, and I don't know if it's just the way we do things, but if that meeting happened to be later in the day, I think that most of us could get there that day and do the meeting that day without having to come in a day early, like Ms. Kiefer, 2 hours to Portland, sometimes getting up at 2 a.m. to get to the airport to fly out to get to Costa Mesa at 10. Pretty much have to stay the day before. So in the honor of trying to be more efficient, if that meeting was later in the day, we could fly in that morning and go to the meeting. I don't know if that makes sense, but I've often thought that since I've been on the committee. So, and I, for one, don't mind working a little bit later. Fishermen, we work till the work's done, but that doesn't mean anybody else thinks that way either. So anyway, that's just a suggestion that I would have. At 10 o'clock is hard for a lot of us to get there. We have a couple-hour trips to the airport to start out with. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me. Thank you. So other questions before we get into the report, and we can come back and dissect some of that later. Not seeing any. Excuse me. Then we'll move on to our reports. And first up, I believe, is the HMS Fishery Innovation Work Group, Josh Madeira. Josh?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just confirming you can hear me again.
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Very good. Thank you very much. Yeah, so the Fisheries Innovation Working Group, we have a very brief report noting that we will have a meeting for the next 2 days, September 25th and 26th, where we're going to continue to work on the real substance of our charge, which is working on performance goals and metrics for these EFPs. We do anticipate we're going to have another meeting in October to continue that discussion, and we are anticipating that we'll be providing some materials potentially for the November briefing book for further council consideration and guidance. In addition, we continue to anticipate that an in-person meeting of the few will be helpful in early 2026 as we look to put together more final recommendations for the council consideration on all of these different pieces of our work that we've been charged with. And then finally, I would note for the upcoming November meeting, now that the council has adopted these short-term, near-term changes on COP20, it would be beneficial to add into the calendar consideration of EFPs at the upcoming November and March meetings. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Madeira on the Innovation Work Group report? Not seeing any. Thank you, Josh. Next, we'll have the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team report. Kirk Lynn. Good afternoon, Kirk.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. I'll be reading from Supplemental CPSMT Report 1. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team is currently scheduled to attend the November 2025 council meeting remotely. The team requests to be in person for this meeting to facilitate discussions under the sardine stock definitions agenda item. Based on the April 2026 council meeting agenda, the team asks to be in person for that meeting as well. If travel constraints limit in-person attendance to one of these meetings, the team would prioritize the April 2026 meeting. The team also plans a pre-November council remote meeting to initiate discussions as soon as possible after meeting materials are available. That concludes our report.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Lynn on the report? Not seeing any here. Thank you, Kirk.
Thank you.
Next, we go to the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel. Matt Everingham. Welcome back, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt Everingham here. I'll be reading from the Supplemental CPS AS Report 1. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel asks that the Pacific Fishery Management Council consider revising its scheduling plan to allow the CPS-AS to meet in person in November. The CPS advisory bodies are the only species advisory bodies that the Council does not plan to schedule for in-person meetings at least 2 times per year. Once is not enough, particularly now with the upcoming revisions to sardine management. The work of the CPS advisory bodies will be critical to development of this action and stakeholder acceptance of those revisions. In-person meetings allow greater deliberation, collaboration in the development of alternatives for analysis, and may help the Council move more expeditiously to resolution of issues in sardine management. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Everingham on his report? And seeing no questions, thank you, Matt. Next, we have the...
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. The Highly Migratory Species Management Team, Amber Rhodes. Amber.
Hi, thank you, Chair, council members. I'm Amber Rhodes, reading the management team report, HMS management team report. We reviewed the year-at-a-glance summary and the proposed November meeting agenda. We don't have any suggested revisions to the agenda. The team felt it was important to meet in person in November and also preferred to meet in person in March rather than June, given some of the agenda items reflected on the YAG for HMS. That concludes the report.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Rhodes on the management team report? Seeing no questions, thank you, Amber. Now we'll go to the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel, Mike Conroy. Welcome back, Mike.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Conroy, and I'll be summarizing the HMSAS report on future agenda and workload planning. The AS believes that meeting in person is always a preferred option. Our experience is that the virtual setting negatively impacts the quality of information, dialogue, and advice that we are able to provide to you. We also note that we represent one of the FMPs with the greatest potential. HMS is one of the few fisheries with nowhere to go but up in terms of opportunity, landings, and economic impacts for our fleets and coastal communities. We support the proposal for the AS to meet in person at the November council meeting, and if funds are available, we request being scheduled for an in-person meeting as much as possible in the future. Regarding the last paragraph, I note that the HMS groups aren't slated to meet in April, so assume this is meant to read June. Given the action slated with regard to the few is shaded for the year at a glance in March, this may be something best left for your November meeting. And with that, I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Conroy on the advisory subpanel report? Seeing no question. Krista Svensson.
Yes, sorry, I'm confused, I think, by the last paragraph since we I don't think we've ever met in April for HMS, but you made mention there about something about June. And I'm just wondering, because this is related to the few, if you're saying it may be better to put that agenda item shaded for June, or if you're recommending keep it in March.
Through the chair. Thanks, Kristen. I was just noting that in the current year at a glance, that item is shaded for March. So I assume that'll be something that'll be up for discussion in November as to whether to unshade it or not. So just basically highlighting that, whether we meet in March or June in person, we don't have to really make that decision now and maybe punt that to November when we have more clarity on what's going to be on the HMS agenda in March.
Krista?
Thank you. One follow-on question to that. So is the recommendation that when that agenda item comes up, we plan on scheduling people in person rather than remotely, specifically?
Through the chair, yes. I believe the intent is that that's a sort of an important agenda item that would benefit from our presence. So I think being in person for that is viewed as being important, just as being in person in the June meeting in advance of the international, given what's going to be discussed next summer with regard to bluefin and albacore, will be important as well. But I think that was the intent, yes.
Thank you. Appears here that Ms. Svenson's question was answered there. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Mike. Next, we have the Scientific and Statistical Committee, Dr. Jason Schaffler. Dr. Schaffler, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I am Jason Schaffler with the Scientific and Statistical Committee, and I will be reading Agenda Item I4A, Supplemental SSC Report 1. The Scientific and Statistical Committee report on future council meeting agenda and workload planning. The SSC discussed workload planning and has the following updates to its June 2025 statement under this agenda item. The SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee anticipates conducting its annual review of ecosystem status report science topics in the fall of 2025 as a virtual meeting, based on the proposal adopted at the Council in March 2025. The tentative date proposed in the June 2025 SSC workload planning statement is no longer optimal for the subcommittee. The Salmon Methodology Review meeting is scheduled for October 9th to 10th, 2025 as a virtual meeting. The SSC Salmon Subcommittee requests that it be scheduled as a half-day beginning at 8 a.m. on October 9th, 2025. The SSC Salmon Subcommittee also notes this meeting will occur again in October of 2026 if needed, and that an in-person meeting would be preferable. The SSC has recommended that the SSC Groundfish Subcommittee convene a supplemental review of the Widow Rockfish Stock Assessment. This meeting is tentatively planned for October 14th through 17th, 2025 at the Watertown Hotel in Seattle, Washington. The meeting would start at 1 p.m. on Tuesday, October 14th, include 2 full days on October 15th and 16th, and conclude on Friday, October 17th. The anticipated degree of complexity for review materials and discussions warrants an in-person meeting with broadcast for listening and remote public comment. A PFMC SSC member plans to participate in the Center for Independent Experts review of the Fisheries Integrated Modeling System on November 4th to 6th, 2025. The SSC Economics Subcommittee will hold a virtual meeting November 7th, 2025 from noon to 4 p.m. to review the 5-year groundfish trawl catch share review and will prepare a report for the full SSC to review during its November 2025 meeting. The SSC notes in the year at a glance, risk table items are grayed out for November 2025 and March 2026 meetings. The SSC has repeatedly found risk tables to be useful and recommends these items be added to the agenda for those meetings if items are completed. The SSC recommends that the SSC Groundfish Subcommittee hold a groundfish stock assessment process review meeting in mid or late January 2026 as a 2-day virtual meeting with participation from the groundfish management team, groundfish advisory subpanel, and other stock assessment participants to discuss and provide feedback from the 2025 stock assessment cycle. The SSC proposes that the SSC Coastal Pelagic Species Subcommittee conduct a review of the new Southwest Fisheries Science Center, Northwest Fisheries Science Center, integrated West Coast pelagic survey methods for generating biomass estimates to be used in CPS stock assessments, pending council decision in the November 2025. This review meeting is anticipated to be conducted in February or March 2026 and is currently proposed for the week of February 23 through 27, 2026 at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center in La Jolla, California. The SSC Groundfish Subcommittee anticipates conducting a groundfish stock assessment methodology meeting during 2026 for any topic adopted under Agenda Item G4 at this meeting. The review meeting is anticipated as an in-person meeting with a web broadcast for remote listening and public comment. The Ecosystem-Based Management Subcommittee anticipates conducting a review meeting should the council adopt any science topics from the March 2026 meeting. This meeting would be anticipated in late fall of 2026. In the event of a government shutdown during October 2025, the Salmon Methodology Review and Supplemental Review of the 2025 Widow Rockfish Assessment Update Assessment could be impacted. For the Salmon Methodology Review, there are no federal proponents. However, 2 members of the SSC and multiple members of the STT are federal employees. Salmon Methodology Review materials will be available prior to a potential government shutdown, though participation will be uncertain depending on the length of the potential closure. For the supplemental review of the 2025 Widow Rockfish Update Assessment, review materials are expected to be available prior to the potential shutdown. The 2-week deadline for submission of materials would occur prior to October 1st, 2025. All analysts working on responses to requests from the SSC Groundfish Subcommittee are federal employees. Depending on the length of a shutdown, their potential lack of participation would result in a very different structure to this review. Several members of the SSC Groundfish Subcommittee who would participate in the supplemental review are also federal employees. A lack of NOAA employees on both sides of the review would limit the detailed back and forth nature of review that is typical of stock assessment review meetings. Then I would point the council to page 3, which contains a summary of everything I just went through in a table format, and I would be happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Schaffler? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Schaffler, for the report. I'm pleased to see that there will be a meeting of the SSC Economic Subcommittee. And can I ask you a couple things? First of all, is that open only to economists or social scientists who are on the SSC? And second of all, the report that will be prepared, is that available, or do you only make it available after the full SSC has reviewed? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, Dr. Lent. Yes, all SSC meetings are publicly noticed and available for anyone to participate in. I know that many people outside of the Economic Subcommittee that are on the SSC still do attend these meetings. So any member of the public or council or any council advisory bodies are welcomed and encouraged to participate in our SSC meetings. That report will be available, I believe, by the supplemental briefing book deadline. I would defer to someone on council staff to give you the exact details of that, but the report coming out of this meeting will be available on the council website. I just don't know exactly how it's available.
Thank you. Did you need that specific date? Good. Okay, thanks. Any other questions for Dr. Schaffler? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Schaffler. My question is in regard, I think it's actually one of your first items about the SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee doing its annual review of the Ecosystem Status Report science topics. And it just said the tentative date proposed in the June SSC workload planning statement is no longer optimal for the subcommittee. So I'm wondering if the subcommittee already has a date picked out, or if you need something from the council on that and we just expect it to go forward. Just wanted a little more information on the status update there.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. Yes, I noticed that as I was reading this, pardon me, after it had already gone to the briefing book. We have discussed additional meetings, and that will likely occur in later November or early December of this year. The exact date hasn't been chosen yet. I think we're still trying to, the SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee is going to work with council staff to identify a date that can be publicly noticed.
Thank you. Other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks again, Dr. Schaffler. My second question is about the, and thank you for this update that a member of the SSC is planning to participate in the Center for Independent Expert review of the Fisheries Integrated Modeling System. And we have gotten a very brief update on that before, I think, from one of the NIMS science updates at some point. But I am interested in it and wondering if you happen to know if this is going to be a public meeting that could be attended, and if you don't, that's fine, just asking. And then second, whether the SSC will report out to that, will report out about that meeting to the council at some later date.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. I do not know if that is a public meeting. My suspicion is that yes, it is a public meeting, but I cannot confirm that. And Dr. Owen Hamel will be presenting results from that to the or at least we'll be updating the SSC at our November meeting. And I would also add that Dr. Punt is one of the review organizers for that meeting, as well as the newest member of the SSC who was just confirmed under the previous agenda item. Dr. Berger is chairing the CIE review. So I do expect there to be some discussion of this, at least during the SSC meeting in November.
All right, thanks for that information. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Dr. Schaffler. Got a few more reports to go, but maybe this is a good time for a short break. So let's take 10 minutes, come back, and we'll resume with the Habitat Committee report. All right, I think we're all gathered here again, so let's continue. Next, we have a Habitat Committee report. Dr. Happel is online for that. Dr. Happel, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Council. I will be reading from Agenda Item I4A, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1 on Habitat Committee Report on Future Council Meeting Agenda and Workload Planning. The Habitat Committee recommends that the November Habitat Committee meeting be held in person as indicated in previous briefing book year at a glance calendars. While remote participation has provided convenience and flexibility, the current ratio between remote and in-person meetings has limited the opportunities for appropriate collaboration and production that are needed to fulfill Habitat Committee responsibilities. Originally, we were scheduled for 2 meetings, and now it has moved to 1. Virtual meetings also limit interaction between Habitat Committee members, other advisory bodies, and the Council alike, which in the long term can interfere with the effectiveness of our work. We believe holding the November meeting in person would offer several benefits, such as improving quality of discussions, providing more access to relevant material, improving problem-solving strategies, onboarding new members, providing more opportunities to collaborate, as well as strengthening the relationship between Habitat Committee members, advisory bodies, and the Council. Because of these reasons, we support and respectfully request that the Habitat Committee meet in person during the November Council meeting. Thank you. That concludes my report. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Happel on the report? Sharon Kiefer.
Could you please remind me how many new members have come on since the last time the Habitat Committee met in person?
I would have to go through the roster, but I believe it is 4. We have a new tribal member, 2 new state reps, and I believe 1 other, although it's not coming to mind at this time.
Thank you.
Right, thanks. Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Happel. My question is about the statement in here that says the current ratio between remote and in-person meetings has limited the opportunities for the appropriate collaboration and production that are needed to fulfill the HC's responsibility. Could you tell us a little bit more about that and a little bit more about sort of the ask here to meet more frequently in person?
Right. There's all sorts of reasons that could be sort of philosophically put forward, but the reality is that particularly with new advisory body members coming in who perhaps have never been to a council meeting once a year really isn't often enough to understand the process and how our work feeds into that. In addition, I believe we have a couple of pending items that would really benefit from having in-person meeting in November of minor consideration, and as was put forth in our Habitat Committee report earlier this week, the environmental impact statement for the Coos Bay Port Terminal expansion is likely to come out in December and require a quick response letter, and that would provide us the opportunity to meet and have in-depth discussions about that. More importantly, and I think the biggest issue, and I believe we're going to be tasked by council to follow up on this, are the California water issues that we reported on also earlier this week as they relate to Executive Order 14181, among others, and the substantial changes in how water allocations are going to happen in that part of the state and the likely substantial impacts that will have on salmon productivity and therefore salmon fisheries. And meeting in person is by far the best way for us to be able to generate a robust report for council on that item.
Thank you. Other questions? No other questions then. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Ecosystem Work Group report. Jessica Watson. Good afternoon, Jessica.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Jessica Watson, and I will be summarizing the EWG report, given that our comments on timing previously submitted are now a little out of date with the supplemental materials. Specifically, risk tables are now tentatively scheduled in April of 2026 for groundfish and September 2026 for salmon under the risk management framework shaded agenda items. The EWG appreciates the efforts from the Science Center's council staff and the salmon technical team to discuss with us how salmon risk tables and stoplight charts can be helpful to the council. While recognizing the value of continuing those efforts, the EWG considers this now a matter for the council's workload priority discussions under the Salmon Fishery Management Plan. Additionally, the Shaded Initiative 4 wrap-up agenda item is no longer listed on the YAG. The EWG requests clear direction from the council on whether it considers Initiative 4 complete and on any next steps the council would like the EWG to take. And all of these are discussed in more detail in our written report under this agenda item. That concludes my summary, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Watson on the work group report? Not seeing any hands here. Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel, Michelle Conrad. Michelle, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. Similar to the EWG report, the EAS had put our report together when the salmon risk tables were shaded for November. And given that has changed for the November quick reference agenda, and that is now being scheduled for later in 2026, the EAS will just hold our comments and requests for meetings until that gets firmed up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Conrad on the advisory subpanel report? Not seeing any. Thanks, Michelle. And wait, hang on, Michelle, there may be a question.
Thanks.
Krista Svensson?
Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my head around the new year at a glance and the report. So sorry, I'm a little slow here, and I probably should have asked this one to Jessica as well. But on my version, it is showing struck out as opposed to shaded for salmon, if I'm reading my paperwork correctly. And I'm just unclear about if the EAS is also wanting to see this work done, or whether having it just struck off the agenda is the appropriate path. And if not November, if at a future date, if there was any discussion around when moving forward this would be potentially appropriate in terms of timing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will say that when the EAS put our report together, it had been shaded for November. We do see that it has been stricken for November, but that it shows up in the year at a glance for September 2026 and is also shaded for that time frame. So the EAS does support the council having salmon risk tables on your agenda, and we appreciate that they are still there, but showing up later in the year at a glance. So I hope that clarifies things.
No, thank you. I had not realized that we had renamed them. So appreciate you helping me work my way through your report and this particular item. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Let's make sure there's no other questions. Seeing none, again, thanks, Michelle. And now we have the Ground Fish Management Team report. Mr. Will Jasper, good afternoon, Will.
Good afternoon, Chair. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Excellent.
For the record, my name is Will Jasper, and I will be reading Supplemental GMT Report 1 on Agenda I4A, Future Council Meeting Agenda and Workload Planning, though I will summarize briefly our Our November section, as the two items spoken to there, an in-person gap in GMT meeting and the agenda item adopting stock assessments, have both been addressed before this report is being read. Speaking to the January 2026 GMT overwinter meeting, during harvest specification cycles, i.e. January of even years, an in-person GMT overwinter meeting is especially critical and should be preserved in that format. The GMT remains interested in promoting GAP involvement in this critical midwinter meeting to review harvest specifications and manage measure analyses. The GMT recognizes that the GAP has made it explicitly clear that they generally do not support in-person involvement of a subset of the GAP membership, i.e. a skinny GAP. In the interest of finding ways to better integrate the GAP into the GMT overwinter meeting, the GMT is interested in scheduling a joint session with the GAP during the council meeting in November to more thoroughly explore opportunities for engagement. Other considerations: if the council is interested in regular cost-saving measures for scheduling meetings, the GMT would propose that April meetings in odd years continue to not include groundfish agenda items, and that September meetings of even years be fully remote. From a groundfish-centric perspective, these two meetings offer the least conflict with the biennial harvest specifications and new management measures process. They thereby offer the most consistent opportunity for cost-saving measures regarding council meeting attendance. If remote participation by groundfish advisory bodies is needed at another, i.e. not the aforementioned April and September, council meetings, the GMT requests that consideration include the number, nature, complexity of the groundfish items scheduled, and to weigh those carefully when determining whether remote participation is appropriate, since more technically demanding items benefit from the in-person interaction needed to support thorough analysis and coordination. Finally, additional meetings. Members of the GMT will also be participating in a number of ancillary meetings and work sessions outside of the council meetings over the next several months, both as members of the GMT and as a part of their other duties. A non-comprehensive list is found at Table 1, and with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Jasper on the Groundfish Management Team report? And there are no hands here. Thank you, Will. That completes all of our reports. We do have at least one sign up for public comment. And it's before us, Mr. Mike Conroy. Mike, can you hear us?
I can hear you fine, and I'm happy to say this is the last time you'll hear from me during this council meeting. Good afternoon, council members. I will be brief here. My name is Mike Conroy, and as you know, I'm a member of both the HMSAS and the Council's Marine Planning Committee. I'm not offering this comment on behalf of anyone other than myself. Late last week, NOAA published the final programmatic EIS for the 10 aquaculture opportunity areas located within the Southern California Bight. That is included in your briefing book as Supplemental Informational Report 6. Your Marine Planning Committee is planning a meeting in late October, early November to receive a presentation on the programmatic EIS, which I presume will include an overview of the process a project proponent will undertake when seeking to develop an aquaculture facility within one of the AOAs. I would like you to consider adding a Marine Planning Committee agenda item to your November meeting to enable the MPC to report out on the MPC meeting. It is not outside the realm of possibility. There will be projects proposed within an AOA before the council meets in March of next year. Depending on the length of any comment period, there may be a need for the Habitat Committee and the MPC to collaboratively develop a QR response to any project-specific items should they be proposed before March and should that be the council's wish. Looking at the proposed November agenda, I acknowledge time is tight, but I don't suspect that an MPC item would require more than an hour of floor time. And that's my comment, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Conroy on his testimony? No questions here. Thank you, Mike.
Roger that. Thank you.
That completes all our reports, public comment. So I will then open this up for discussion and maybe first turn to Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate all of the comments from all the different advisory groups. Just a couple of thoughts as I was jotting down some notes during the comments that we received. Let's see, if we start first with the November meeting. We are quite full in November, and I heard a few requests for adding things to the November agenda. So we do have a spare hour on Sunday. That is about it. So we'll have to be pretty diligent in terms of what we add, if we add anything at all. We also have that hotel. It's the same one we were at last year. There's another conference that's occurring simultaneously to us, and so we are quickly running out of hotel meeting space. So it'll be hard to bring more folks in person in November than we have scheduled. We have used spillover hotels before, if you're really interested in bringing more people in person. But capacity on both space and time is an issue in November at this point. Let's see, we look at the year-at-a-glance summary. I did hear several groups making note of being in person at other different times of the year. So, there are some major work we're trying to do on our HMS FMP, for example. And at the same time, we're trying to adhere to our council efficiencies decisions about how many times we bring people in person. And so I did hear an exchange from Ms. Benson and some of the HMS representatives about being in person for the HMS roadmap agenda topic. And so that raises the question of, if that's going to be in person, do we schedule it for March or June? When do we want to have the HMS groups in person? I think at this point, our budget realities are still what they were a year ago and 2 years ago, and having as frequent in-person meetings as we did a handful of years ago, just probably not in the cards. But I think with some diligence, we can get to where people want to go. Let's see. I think I'll just stop there, Mr. Chairman, and I think council discussion, unless there are questions that I'm happy to keep entertaining. But other than that, I think council discussion would be appropriate.
Let's just combine those two questions and discussion. Sharon Kiefer, then Lynn Mattis.
I certainly recognize that the agenda is full, and evidently the hotel is as well, but I was particularly struck by Dr. Heppel's observation of how many new members on the Habitat Committee who have never been in person to a council meeting. And I see that they are scheduled in April, but just, I'm not sure why it's, April instead of November, or if it's flip-flopping with other committees. But if we truly are a council family, I think it helps them to meet the family. And just didn't know, I heard you mention something about sometimes, we use other nearby hotels, conference rooms and so forth. That certainly still allows them to come over to our hotel to interact for things such as the chairman's reception, to actually watch open session of the council, things like that. So just wondering what the thoughts would be about that. But what really struck me was the fact that, several new members who've never been to an in-person council meeting.
Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you for the question and your concern. I guess more of a concern about keeping people together. And I share that concern. And I'm seeing fingers pointing, so I'll just keep going. How about I just keep going? So let's see, in terms of the Habitat Committee, that is a very large committee. We have had meetings where people have stayed in other hotels. That is a big lift for us, especially this close. So I think if that's something that we want to pursue, it should be a very high bar, and I'm not sure we can pull it off. The table on the back that you're referring to, that's 2025. That's what's happened so far this year. And so as we look ahead to 2026, we would be planning to bring the Habitat Committee in person twice. And we plan to do that this year too, but what we prioritize are the committees that are there where council interaction with those committees are necessary based on the agenda topics. And so we had to, I can't remember which meeting we did this, but we had to squeeze off the Habitat Committee for some others based on your agenda and the committees that you needed to interact with. So we would intend to keep moving forward in 2026 with 2 in-person Habitat Committee events.
That's helpful. When I looked at the table, I just assumed it would be a rollover for 26. So that's helpful clarity.
Ben Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for letting me pop in just before I have to jet away. On the year at a glance, I believe it's March, has risk, thank you. Initiative 4 wrap up crossed out under the ecosystem agenda item, and then I don't see it anywhere else on the agenda on the year at a glance. Is that no longer an issue? Are we putting it off? TBD. It was requested that I ask for some follow-up about what the plan is for Initiative 4. Thank you. And Mr. Ainsworth is going to be in the ODFW seat virtually now.
Yeah, appreciate the question, Ms. Mattis. I did anticipate that question. The Initiative 4 wrap-up agenda item had several lines of thinking behind it. One was we wanted a deliberate agenda item where we could report back as part of our grant reporting duties and say, we have wrapped this up. I actually think that happened here. And so we had reports from the Science Center, lots of discussion this week that said we've run this parallel process. This is what the risk tables look like on the groundfish side. And so we've done it. The question now is how do we implement it? And that then has caused us to move to the risk management framework that's under groundfish now in April. So that's as we move forward, how do we start to implement these things and who does what to implement them?
Thank you. I really appreciate the clarification on what we've done and how the plan is to move forward.
Corey Ridings, then Vice Chair Smith.
Thanks, Chair. I was going to build off what you just mentioned in terms of the Initiative 4 wrap-up. That makes sense in terms of not having it on the agenda. I'm wondering if we can ask the EWG to do some sort of short document for us that kind of provides maybe a written wrap-up. I'm not even thinking of anything longer than a page necessarily. It would be at their discretion, but maybe some sort of way that we can have that for our record in our webpage to talk about sort of where those items went and sort of put a bow on it. Would that make sense in your mind? I haven't tracked this, it sounds like, quite as carefully as you have across the threads. So just putting that out as a suggestion in lieu of having a full agenda item.
Yeah, I think that's a good and reasonable suggestion, is to have some reflection on that. And my initial response would be to have that as perhaps an informational report, either in November or March, probably March at this point. If that would suffice for you, I think we can talk with the EWG about something like that.
That good?
That sounds good to me. I would simply just give the EWG leverage. I'm sure they'll tell us if they want or need more. So that sounds great.
Vice Chair Smith.
Yeah, thanks to you, Mr. Chair. I just want to address something Sharon said, because we lived through this one time and it was a mess. God bless the Habitat Committee, and where we can get them here, where that's great. No, nothing. But we did the 2 motel thing in Roanoke Park, and it was an absolute mess. People felt, what one leg in the process and one leg out of the process, and that would be an absolute, in my opinion, last resort. Before doing that again, because it just, like I said, best way to describe it, it was a mess. So I just thought being one that lived through that, I don't know how many people were in the process that had the 2 motel thing, but it was no good. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Anyone else? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Vice. I'm going to disagree with you just for fun because it wouldn't be a meeting if I didn't get a chance to do that. Just noting on that, I think that I appreciate your thoughts there. I'm sure it was difficult for some people. I also think in general, as we try to be more efficient, while we try to be inclusive, while we try to bring people together, we heard a lot of statements that a lot of groups just want to be in person, and I think we've been hearing that for a long time. I think that our advisors are adults, and I think it's acceptable to be able to anticipate that they can get themselves from a nearby hotel to the council hotel. And I think if the difference is that they're not going to be able to come, I'd rather that, and I trust council staff to figure out these logistics in the best way possible, but I'd rather hold options open for now and into the future about being able to stay at multiple hotels and giving us that flexibility to do that moving forward.
Thank you. Any other thoughts, discussion here on the agenda? If I don't see any hands, Corey Ridings, and then Asia.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to bring up the risk table item. I appreciate what council staff did. Thank you, Director Burden, for giving us an overview at the beginning of this agenda item in terms of taking out the two risk table items. One's under groundfish, one's under salmon, and moving them into this larger risk management framework. And I took notes, and it sounds like they're being slightly different, conceptualized slightly differently for salmon and for groundfish. I might counter that I think, or at least it's my opinion, thinking about the groundfish risk tables in particular. You know, we had a pilot of them as part of our stock assessment process this year. We received positive feedback from the SSC, as well as the public, in terms of their value. They've been going for a while. And so I think it might be helpful if we, whether or not they stay agendized where they are at this moment in time, to keep the risk tables separate, at least for groundfish. And that way, so that piece can sort of wrap up. I think the GMT and the GAP and the SSC can continue to weigh in on that. The Science Center can have conversations about whether this is implementable again in 2 more years when we have our next stock assessments. But just because this piece feels discrete and like it's already been piloted and it's already kind of out of the station, that we wrap that up and finish that on some timeline in the next year, and then also move forward with the larger risk management framework. I agree with you in the way you described it, that I've been hearing a lot of things, even at this meeting in particular, about how we think about risk and how that fits in and how we can do a better job of not only including that in our management, but how we talk about it and how we understand it and how we implement it as a council. So I'm supportive of that, and just, again, making the suggestion that we keep the risk table piece separate for groundfish for now.
I appreciate those remarks, Ms. Ridings. I believe our heads are in the same place, and but what I don't want to do is back up and have a sky visioning exercise that then slows everything down. I think there are discrete pieces in this risk management approach, and so whether that looks like 2 back-to-back agenda items that are labeled differently or one that has discrete pieces, I'm not sure, but the intent here is not to slow down one while we wait for a bigger picture. It's that there are discrete pieces in that conversation. And so I'll take your comment to heart, and maybe that means we end up calling it 2 different back-to-back agenda items. I'm not sure, but I agree with you. There is a discrete piece here that's further along than some of the others, perhaps.
Thank you. Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to note, I'm confirming this, but I just wanted to note the lack of a public or of a advisory body report from the GAP. And I think this meeting was hard for them, and the GMT as well. It was a really meaty meeting and really challenging to get the number of things that they had to do done remotely together. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was captured in the broader discussion. I don't think that that sentiment really came up, but in the context of, making sure that people can be together, I just want to flag weighing the complexity of the things that the group has to wrestle with at that meeting with their attendance. And so, in terms of balancing across the larger group, but I agree. I think people are adults. If we can bring togetherness and the hotel is limiting, then maybe there are other ways to accomplish that. But then also for us to just look at what they have to do and really try to have them together when it's a really big week. And that's all.
Thank you, Asia. Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Chair. If there's other comments here, I don't want to stop discussion. I had something on a completely different part of the agenda.
So, no, maybe I can just, in response to Ms. Shumlow's comments, this was a difficult meeting to plan for. I think if you remember, we had contemplated an executive committee meeting and contracts and what was going to happen, and just on the leadership team, and Mr. Penninger was in there at that time too in early August. We didn't get word till sometime late August that we had meetings. So hear everything you say, and it'd be great to have them. This was a tough one, and there were very different circumstances. So thank you. With that, Ryan, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. And this is more of a question. I know some other folks probably were more engaged in helping there in person, but I wanted to come back to something that happened during the salmon agenda item at this meeting. I think we had a kind of a roadmap that was put forward in one of the documents that was discussed, that if we were going to go kind of down an FMP amendment approach for sacral propulsion, the first substantive milestone would be in November, but I don't see anything here as it relates to that, or just wondering, I don't know if there's a question for Merrick or maybe just for others around the table there, if there's been any consideration of, should we add something? Would that fall under an existing agenda type? Will we need to make a modification here? If we were planning to try and meet that first step of the kind of milestones in the informational report that was discussed? Maybe I'll leave it there and see if there's any guidance from either council staff or if any other comments from other folks.
All right. Before Executive Director Burden responds, John North, we see your hand. We'll get to you. Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for the question, Ryan. So Ryan, your question relates to a question that I posed about what to do in November for what's currently scheduled as agenda item G4. And before the council took action earlier this week that decided this SAC fall issue was going to be done through an FMP amendment, this was heading down the road of a methodology review. And so I'm trying to reimagine what G4 is. Right now, it's a SAC fall work group progress report. My current thinking now is that this is more of a planning item and a discussion to take a step back and say, okay, we are proceeding down the road of an FMP amendment. What does that look like? Who do we need? What sort of skills do we need to take that on? And just chatting here a bit with Angela, I think she's prepared to offer up some materials that would help you have that conversation. That's where my head is now, and I guess that's a proposal for you all to chew on and see if that resonates with you or whether you'd like that agenda item to be something different.
Anyone want to respond to that or just think about it for now?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, John North, Oregon Fish and Wildlife Remote. Yeah, and I guess in regards to salmon in November, I agree. I think I think what would be most beneficial is, if Executive Director Burden and staff could, further scope out the path forward for a Sacramento Falls Chinook FMP amendment, maybe refine what the products, the timeline would be, what the role of the current work group would be, or do we need a revised development team specific to the FMP? I don't know, but further detail on that, I think, would help us, with that product, we could be more informed and make better decisions moving forward. Probably should have ideally a specific agenda item in November, maybe an hour or so to further discuss the path going forward based on what we've done here at this meeting. As far as what we might want to see from the work group itself in November, I don't really have any specific guidance right now, but if they have anything that would inform or add value related to the FMEP amendment process, I think that'd be worth sharing. And just on a side note, I still remain interested in that cohort reconstruction for development of a spawn recruit function, and I think that that was the stuff discussed in Chen et al. 2024. I think at that time we didn't have enough years of data to develop a valid relationship, but I was wondering, as we go forward with this FMP process, would that provide enough time where that approach might be able to be folded in or at least reevaluated as the amendment process proceeds? So I guess those are just a few thoughts, but yeah, I think you're headed in the right direction. Thank you.
Thanks. Other thoughts? Discussion? Let me check the hands here. John, I don't know if you had something else to follow up, and Brianna Brady. Let's go to Brianna first.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would just agree with that last sentiment of what John North said about thinking that America's on the right path. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And this popped up again. I'm sorry, this Ring Central platform doesn't make it easy to find who it is. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, just quickly, since I asked the question, thanks, Merrick. That's helpful. I support how you kind of outlined it. So that's helpful. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Anyone else? Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Asper. You've been involved in a lot of these meetings, my 8+ years in the council, and the future council meeting agenda and workload planning was always long and arduous. And I just hats off to our executive director and deputy director this is a fantastic job in making this as painless as possible. And even right towards the end, you're adjusting things, and I don't think much has changed on here, right? That's unheard of prior, and not that those folks didn't do a great job, but just take the extra level. And if we would have been 5 years ago and been starting this topic, we'd been in trouble because we wouldn't be out of here by 5. So anyway, just hats off to you and Kelly for just she's doing a fantastic job, and I just well done.
All right, thanks. And just don't get the idea that June's really light to make it easy for your last meeting there. Vice Chair Smith, did you have something?
Just added to Brad, it was like a root canal without Novocaine is what it was like. So it's at least we got Novocaine now, but it was painful.
All right, if there's no other questions, well, Krista has one, but a quick remark, Executive Director Burden.
I appreciate that. And Brad, you're looking at me, but Kelly deserves almost all the thanks for getting us here. So
thanks. Krista.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with the sentiments. Having to not have to fight things out forever is very appreciative. wanted to lend a little support to Corey's path put forward earlier today, and appreciative around the Initiative 4 wrap-up, particularly because I had it pointed out to me that we had asked in a motion to have the EWG provide a report. I feel comfortable that that could be informational rather than having a full-fledged agenda item, but just nice to have a nice bow wrapped on that. I do want to just raise for topic of discussion, and I know it's getting late, but I did have the MPC folks reach out to me, and I hadn't realized it, that we had a additional informational report on California aquaculture. And I know that they are in the process of planning an MPC meeting, and I'm just wondering if it would be worthwhile to have a conversation about that through the council process in November. And I see a little bit of head nodding, but interested in hearing other people's opinions around this on the floor, and wanted to at least open it for discussion for a few minutes this afternoon rather than not taking an hour if there is one available potentially for those folks.
Thank you. Jamie Dimon.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Svensson, I was going to raise the same issue. That the beauty of the MPC is most of those folks are already going to be there, it looks like, or at least a fair amount of those folks will already be at the meeting. I'm not sure exactly who else, because I believe it's a representative from each of the advisory bodies, a representative or two. But I did flag that informational report at the beginning of the meeting with Ms. Kwan, and just flagging the concern over that for folks in Southern California, especially. And so it would also make sense in November, since that meeting is in Southern California, and stakeholders would be able to provide any input relatively easily, if there's a way for the MPC to at least have some time to meet and talk and go over that, and folks to comment. Thanks.
Thank you. Executive Director Burden.
Let's see, just in response to that, our schedule right now has really like one spare hour. So if we could keep that refined and tight to the aquaculture opportunity areas, I think that's possible. We still do have just the question of space, so we can look into that. Might be doable.
Krista.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The conversation that I had with certainly not all of the MPC, but some of the people on it, was that they thought that they could keep it to an hour. So certainly not asking for everybody to weigh in with a bajillion reports, but I do think, just in reading the notification on guidance from the council, it might be worthwhile for all of us to take the time and the hour to really help set the course on this for my colleagues in Southern California in particular, certainly not to speak for you.
Thank you. Especially, I would just point out that a lot of these areas do interact with HMS and groundfish in particular. And so, yeah, but not to, yeah, I know there's other things that are looking for time as well. So not sure how to balance that.
All right. Executive Director Burden. Unless I see another hand here, there will be more time, but let's just summarize. Tell us where we are.
Yeah, I think we've had a good discussion. So I made note of a few things. Let's see, moving from the left, we did start talking about the legislative committee and pulling that off. I'm not sure if we'll even need it, but I've made note of maybe rescheduling the time if possible, although that starts to overlap with the budget committee and other things, or looking for a different sort of time if possible, if we need it. Let's see, moving through the November schedule, let's see, the SAC fall agenda item, we will make that a planning agenda item, so planning for the FMP amendment. What's on my mind there are thoughts about who works on that. We have some one mighty salmon staff officer, but I suspect the FMP amendment will require a bit more help. I made note of a MPC aquaculture opportunity area focused meeting that would involve bringing MPC folks in person. Those are the notes I've made for November. And then as I look across the rest of the year, there is this EWG report on risk tables I've made note of, aiming for that to be a informational report at the moment in March, although I heard that we have latitude, so we'll talk with the EWG about that and come to some resolution about the best way forward. One question that I flagged early on was whether there was a preference for in-person HMS meetings in either March or June. I don't know if you want to weigh into that now, but I did hear an exchange in particular from you, Ms. Svensson, about that topic. So just curious if there's more on that.
Krista?
Yeah, thank you. In reading that report, it was very clear that they prefer to meet in person, particularly for topics that are difficult and or potentially time-consuming, I guess I would say, because not everything is difficult. I think we heard Asia speak today about the difficulty for the GAP in this meeting by meeting remotely. Specific to that item, I mean, if we needed to move it to June potentially, if there can be only one in-person meeting, then maybe that is the approach to take. I don't know that I'm ready to say, let's move it from where it is in March. It might be worthwhile to just have that conversation in November, dependent upon really what our resources look like financially for next year, if we can afford to bring everybody to all of the meetings. I am going to just note real quickly that because I think that there's going to be an MPC meeting in October online, it might be worthwhile checking with the co-chairs about whether they think they need to meet in person at the November meeting. The request that I got was, could we possibly get an hour on the agenda, not specific that we needed to bring people to the meeting if we're trying to economize in terms of how to get people into a very small hotel in November. So just putting that out there as a potential way to try and make sure everybody gets what they need as efficiently as possible.
Okay, I appreciate that feedback, Ms. Svensson. I was just pausing to see if there was any other remarks, but I think we can leave that question as it is and come back to it in November. Let's see, I'll just look to Kelly and see if she had any other questions or any other remarks, things hanging out there that we might want to raise with the council.
Thank you, Executive Director Burden. I think I have enough guidance to update the documents, and you'll see them all in the November briefing book.
All right. With that, if there's nothing else to do on this agenda item, we'll close it out. I thank you all for a very productive, I know at times difficult, we had complex topics here and things, but good work by all. And the last thing, Sharon Kiefer.
I wonder if Jamie Dimon would like to make this motion.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Kiefer, through the chair. I move that we adjourn this session, this meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Ground Council, Pacific Fishery Management Council.
Thank you. That's on the screen. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Chris German. You need to speak to your motion?
No.
Questions on it? Letters to send?
Gosh.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all very much. See you in November.